Yeah. Overseas with it. Niggas claim they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Trippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah, niggas think they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. Slipping on my pimpin', nigga, never that. Always had more women than bitches, nigga, roger that. Money is the root of all evil, get the fuck back. We been brainwashed from a fetus just to get scratch that. Now I'm on a mission just to get dope. Physical or crypto, from the 9 to 5 or a kick dough. When shit get cold, like the hometown of Klitschko. Vladimir, your boys out of here with the sick flow. Now I ain't no rushing, but I'm rushing through this budget. I turn the booth into a gun, raise the way I'm busting. I cop the whole onion, then I got it from my cousin. In and out of traffic, toe tagger, we be hustling. I understand the shine first and realize your time worth. Can't be rich until you enrich your mind first. But I'ma be ignorant with my black ass and probably swipe my black card to blind black mask. Yeah. Niggas say they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. Niggas say they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. That moolah, that cheese, that fettuccine, that guala is what a nigga after, so holla at me tomorrow. I'm looking for investors to throw some bread at the startup. Straight to the top, I'm cream of the crop with the product. Money isn't everything, but in this society, you gotta have funds to have fun, so don't lie to me. 153 million the fucking lottery. World keeps spinning, I just mold it like fucking pottery. Fuck that poverty shit, my niggas gotta get rich. Hip hop over everything like hippopotamus clicks. Niggas wanna hate, that be on some anonymous shit. People wanna relate, they wanna be a part of my clique. We are not with the shits, the toilet did not get fixed. All less fail, every door come off the hinge. $1 million in my bank account, the sweet is revenge. 75% in the savings, making some sense. Niggas say they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. Niggas claim they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Black African power was good, was happening. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's Godkilla in the house. And I'm coming to do what I got to do. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, look, man, Bobby banging this bitch. What's good, man? Welcome to the Community Skeptics, man. We're going to flow for about a good hour, man. I've been hearing some wild, messing up science conversations, man. We just got to directly address that, right? And I'm hoping the pseudo killers is going live. They're supposed to be getting they banner ready. You know what I'm saying? All that. And yeah, y'all know what it is, man. We here. Man, name of the book is Ladies and Bittermen. Now, I suggest this selective reading right here. All right? Yeah. Superior. The Return of Race Science. All right? Gonna put you right where you need to be in the conversation, man. You know, we got a lot of pseudos talking about DNA these days. All right? A lot of pseudoisms running rampant all around you, floating through the tulips, talk like they really know what it is. So, you know, we can get you out of here early and often. It just don't take much to get you out of here, man. Like, it's easy to get you out of here. Especially with the tools we got to use, man. We're going to get you out of here. Let me see. We're going to definitely get you out of here. Let me put this in here. All right. the good one. I don't want no daggone film. My fault. All right. So yeah, we had some conversations yesterday on the show. People messing it up, not understanding none of the damn conversations. It's horrible, man. I had no idea it was gonna actually be this easy though to correct people. And I've learned a lot. And what I've learned is you can already tell when they start messing it up and running through the walls of stop signs, man, they ain't got a shot at really understanding those level conversations when you start introducing genetics into it. Because if you don't even understand the history, right, and then you're trying to use genetics, you're just gonna mess it up. No one just uses genetics. We think about the cultural history, chronology, when you talking about that. So if you're talking DNA, and first of all, DNA does not define a race. Genetics, DNA, the whole 9 yards, it doesn't. And a lot of people run their mouth and talking that talk. Mm-hmm. Yep, they run their mouth and talking that talk as if they got something going, but they you actually don't. All right. So we want to think I wanted to find something because we was talking about Charles Darwin, and it was a part I was trying to figure out. Maybe I should go to the scientific racism article, right? And already dropped the link in there. Yeah, that good guy. You never know what you're talking about. Although you did make a good statement the other day. I don't even think you meant it. I didn't. This book I got though, this is a serious book right here, man. Return to Race Science, man. And it's surprising and shocking, but we actually have, brothers that's promoting Black Egypt, they're actually doing it. They actually bringing back scientific racism. It's the wildest thing ever, man. I just never expected that. Interesting, man. And yeah, they doing it. Yep, they doing it, man. When you start trying to, this book actually talks about that. Let me see. Wow. Let me give y'all some of the chapters in this book right here. Deep Time. It's a Small World. Scientific Priestcraft. Inside the Fold. Race. Realist. Human Biodiversity. Roots. Origin Stories. Casts. Illustrations. And Black Pills. That's chapter 11. 11 chapters in here, man. So, real quick, all right, before we get into it, let's see if we can. Let me see. 1 second. Let's get a little beat on it. Let's get our question. Okay. So let's do this. 3 things. Can DNA genetics define the race of humans? I think that's a good question to pop onto the joint. All right, hold on. Okay. The relationship between DNA, genetics, and the concept of race in humans has been extensively studied and debated in the scientific community. Y'all remember that whole scientific racism? That whole black thing. Yeah, that was hotly debated in science. All right. Anthropology. It say the key findings from the scholarly sources highlight the complexity, all right, and the predominantly social, cultural nature of race, rather than it being a strictly biological or genetic distinctions. Human genetic similarities The Human Genome Project revealed that humans are approximately 99.99 identical at the DNA level. These findings undermine the notion of a genetic basis for race and shows that there is more genetic variation, and watch this, within a so-called racial group than between them. I'm gonna do this again for you. Listen, pay attention, and then apply this to the Black Egypt argument. All right? Show you how you do this. The human genetic similarity. It's the Human Genome Project. Look it up. Human Genome Project revealed that humans are approximately 99.99 identical at the DNA level. All right. So if you think you can just look at a person and tell him what racial category he belongs in, and watch how I use the word racial category, right? All right, pay attention, right? You're mad. And then if you think you can apply that to an indigenous tribe that live in Northeast Africa, which is at the crossroads from eons of human beings walking back and forth, selling in, walking back, you have lost your mind. You will lose friendships over this because you've lost your mind. There's no way you can usurp the Human Genome Project. No way you can do that. And if you're out there promoting that, you're definitely marked as a pseudo. If you're in agreement with that, you are a pseudo at the highest levels. Yeah, man, y'all practicing the return of the race signs. That's what you're doing, right? To promote your lofty idea, because that's what it is. It's a lofty idea. It ain't backed by science. It ain't backed by historical documentation. It ain't backed by none of that. The Human Genetic Similarity, the Human Genome Project revealed that humans are approximately 99.99 identical at the DNA level. These findings undermine the notion of a genetic basis for race and shows that there is more genetic variation within a so-called racial group than between them. Now, this is on par right here. Watch this. The findings undermines the notion of a genetic basis for race and shows, watch this, that there is more genetic variation within a so-called racial group than between them. So if you're talking about the Egyptians, right? Listen to what I'm saying. And you're trying to figure out who the Egyptians is, right? Think about where they located at, right? The studies is already telling you that there's going to be more genetic variation, right, within that area, within that population, you know what I'm saying, than between outside groups. So how the hell y'all think y'all just going to peep in, look at some walls, right? Look at some walls, right? Which the expert already told you, okay, was like reading a damn magazine where everything seems to be, perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like when you open up a magazine and you look at these ads, right? Or you on Instagram, you look at these pictures, everybody looking perfect. That's some women can look like that. Some people can look, but doesn't mean everybody look like that. And you wouldn't use that, right? Those walls, you wouldn't use that as an indicator of who, quote unquote, that population was, what it looked like. There's no data. There's no data to tell you exactly what the damn Egyptians look like or what skin color they really ranged in. Skin color fluctuates back and forth, but you're all doing on high levels of pseudo. I sit back and say, damn, really? Damn. Hey, Juju, hit the link. I don't got my phone, so if you're trying to text me, I don't got my phone. Crazy. Bananas. We're going to keep me on the schedule now. Let me see what time. All right. I'll do 1 solid hour over here, man. Man, I just, I sit back, man, I say, man, yo, why are we doing it like that, man? Why is we doing it like that? So, okay. So once again, the findings undermines the notion of genetic basis of race. So why the hell is y'all arguing about that, yo? Like, is it me? I don't think so. It's y'all, yo. 2024, yo. That shit ain't me, yo. Y'all do that shit because y'all want to get some views. Y'all want to get people stirred up. And y'all taking advantage of a marginalized community at this point, yo. Because there's too many tools in your face you could use, right, that witness against you. And then the misunderstanding of genetics is horrible. And then the very person, right, who can help explain the damn genetics, I'm a raw squad up, and guys in Gozy, they spit on them. They've been spitting on them for years. Crazy. Unimaginable that people like Neanderthal James would be the teacher of goddamn evolution and biology. He'd sit up there and look in the camera, right? He'd look in the camera, right? And say, I'm teaching y'all something. I damn near want to throw this goddamn book at him. Let me at him. Nah. Man, that shit's wild to me. That James is now the standard head of the pseudo army genetic department to explain DNA? Oh, dang. Did I get beam me up, Scotty? Did I end up somewhere in the quasar? What the really? Really? Man, y'all can't even get me mad no more, yo. Y'all can't, yo. I promise you. Based off of the events that are occurring. All right, where I'm at. Didn't already end this conversation. The findings undermine the notion of a genetic basis of race and shows that there is more genetic variation. There's more variation within. Watch, I'm gonna put the word in there. There's more genetic variation within the so-called Egyptian racial groups than between them. So you can have a population outside of Africa, right? And there's not as much variation as a population in Africa. It's counterintuitive. What do you mean? Yeah, it's counterintuitive. And we keep saying that. We keep saying it's counterintuitive. Man, race and genetics versus race in genetics. That's the source we're using. I'm gonna drop it on in there for y'all. As if a source means any damn thing to you. Can't even read the damn sources. Can't even stay close to the sources. Can't do none of that. Yeah, I dropped the link inside the. I know I dropped that link inside the thing, didn't I? I could have sworn I dropped the link inside the Wishman comment. Well, maybe I didn't. Thought I did. I'm gonna put it in there again. It's just amazing, man. Oh shit. Guess I didn't. Put the link way over in another. I messed that one up. Crazy, yo. We sitting around here with tools at our hand, at the end of our fingers, little crummy fingers. You know what I'm saying? And man, look, and we sitting here arguing, yo. We sitting here doing it like that, yo. You know, we got a real problem, yo. I mean, like, you ain't even got to. You ain't got to do nothing. You just look it up and it'll guide you and it'll put it in chronological order for you. It's just, man, come on, yo. Come on, yo. So what's good, brother? How you doing, man?
Everything good, man. Peace, man. Another day to bang on pseudos, man. It's just never ending target out there, man.
Easy work.
Yeah. I seen those in the chat, so I wanted that.
He got the link. I called him. He should have the link.
Those come through and get it all out, man. Get it off the chest. You know
yeah, get them off the chest, yo. We
it's
can't
disrespectful. You feel me? Do it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we can't. We
it's
can't.
one thing to it's one thing to correct somebody or say, you know, he was wrong. There's another thing to say a man lying, bro. You know what I'm saying? That implies deceit. You feel me? So I damn near want to ask them if they think we know what they consider the truth. Like, I wonder if they think I'm down to the point on I think they're willing to call us agents, bro. I think they're there.
Yeah,
I think they at that point, bro, the way they're gonna say they think is agents. That's the next commentary. You know what's coming, bro. You know what's coming, nigga. We agents, bro.
Crazy. Agents of chaos. That's what Jabari, the most pious, truthful priest ever known to mankind, said about me.
Yeah. They send agents to keep the sub-Saharan component out of ancient Egypt. It's monumental history right now. Like, the sub-Saharan African done crept in the building, and they got to do something about it.
Oh man, Haskell was over there promoting that. I was like, man, yo, I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, they doing it. I was like, boy. Yeah, it's funny, yo. Trying to get the link. How do I get the damn link? So, man, yeah, yo, I'm gonna get this link to him. Hold on. Crazy. And they mean that though, yo. You know they mean that though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, they mean that, bro.
Did he be laughing on my avatar face? That's kind of like your damn your community skeptics face. That I be feeling that smirk right there, yo. That's how I be like every day, niggas. These niggas every day, bro.
Yeah, they really mean that. Okay, so I got another source for you. It's called Race and Genetics versus Race and Genetics and Systematic Review of the Use of African Ancestry in Genetic Studies. All right. I'll drop that for you. Y'all think somebody playing over here, yo. Y'all tripping. Don't even cross my lane and don't think you're gonna die. You definitely gonna die. Definitely dying. Definitely dying. Definitely gonna die. Hold on, Gozy. I'ma calm your ass down. Calm down. Calm down, Nunu.
I feel you.
Calm down. I know your name, nigga. Calm down. Take a breath, right? All right, take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath.
We gonna get it right on it. We gonna get it right, inshallah.
We gonna get you right. We're gonna get you right. Hold on. Right? So before you dive in, I'm gonna let you catch your breath for a minute. Juju, what's good? How you doing, sis?
Chilling.
You back at home?
No, I'm in Jacksonville.
Oh, all right. You gonna be able to go live, right? Or you not? Come on, yo, just say it.
No. No.
You not gonna be able to go live?
No.
All right. You all right? How you doing? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna send you something real quick. All right. Gideon Block, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you?
Hey man, Pseudo Killer. What's good with you, man? Army, you all right?
You already know. Yeah, I just got in not too long ago.
That's good. You
about to get in with the show.
All right, you good. You in that cockpit. You good.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right. You got him good. All right, hold on, Juju. I'm gonna send you this real quick. All right.
Yeah. All right. I just want to let everybody know in the chat, all these chatty patties, Juju is hostile today.
Oh,
bad Juju in full effect.
You don't want that bad Juju.
So,
I could definitely feel
if y'all want to play, we can play.
Oh, I could
Trust me, you're not gonna like it. I'm not listening to no nigga that can't understand no research. No nigga that say Kiara was trying to say black, but he really didn't want to. Look, we're not playing with y'all no more in 2024.
Nah, it's over with.
We done with it.
Yeah, y'all did.
Oh, wow. Stop being chatty patty. Link is in the chat.
Yeah.
If y'all want to tell us how y'all got Ngozi or whatever, show us. Because we already know y'all ain't reading jack. Y'all don't understand what you're reading. I'm just over it right now at this point. You feel me? Y'all got mad because we were using white scholars. Y'all didn't like that. We brought y'all black scholars. Y'all still try to discredit them. Like y'all weird with it at this point. Stop it. Stop calling people doctors. You know damn well they barely got a bachelor's. Like it's disrespectful at this point. Y'all play too much. Yeah, hostile. I'm hostile today.
Shit.
Fuck that. What up, Amir?
No, not yet, man. Nope.
I'm just saying.
I'm not mad.
Look, I'm opening the door, Amir.
Not
Kick that
yet.
bed down.
Not yet. No, you came in. You came in a little hostile too, Juju. No, I cannot. Cannot let Ngozi follow you. This is what I would like to say. I would like to say this.
I'm with
Based off my. Hold on, I ain't with none of that. Watch this. Based off my 13, 14 years in the conscious community, there was a young gentleman I met. He was about 22 years old, yo. About 22 years old. All right. Okay. And he was definitely reading palms. Humble pseudo beginnings. But the weird part about it is he was prolific at the shit. So I always thought if he was going to be a bum, right? Because I remember my life when I was a bum, homeless bum, but I was fucking prolific with the shit. Tell my kids, yo, whatever the hell you're going to be prolific with it. Don't take no wooden nickels. If they bank you up outside, you catch them little son of a bitches one at a time. That's how I do it. Y'all niggas strong together, nigga. But when I find y'all niggas creeping off through the store or going around the corner to get the pat, nigga, I'm busting your motherfucking head. You gonna feel me. Prolific homeless motherfucker. Mm-hmm. But he was also prolific in transmitting science. And I was like, why you do that shit? They say, oh, nigga, I'm just playing for real. I say, yo, come on I'm Raw Squad. He was one of the original niggas. Right? He got the first fucking phone call. I said, I'm going to start with the youth. So all these niggas talking shit, he got the first phone call. Why? Because I knew somewhere down the line, I ain't going to sit there and lie and knew it would become to this, where science is at the forefront of the conscious community and everybody be hating. I ain't going to lie, but I knew if I ain't had that piece right there, yo, that the rest of them niggas was going to get out of order. And I needed a young motherfucking piece, yo. You know what I'm saying? That was untampered with, right? That was deeply rooted in science and could spit that shit. You know why? Because you had niggas like Minister Inky, Ali Baba and the 40 fucking thieves, and all them pseudos, polite. Them niggas was prolific in the way they lied to the damn community. Absolutely was. I mean prolific. Spitting that shit. Divine suspect. All of them prolific. I say, damn, I can't keep up with that wild shit. I need somebody who can spit that shit right back at him. And it was this nigga right here. This I promise you. So the fact that today, because we're in a wild conversation about some shit that occurred when Europeans came through, wild conversation, now all of a sudden this man don't know about DNA. The nigga was talking about DNA before people was even thinking about anything remotely close to DNA. It was that nigga. Nobody else. Now he don't know. Now Neanderthal James. Now Neanderthal James is introducing shit. Really? He introduced what? He introduced the foolery into the game. Those who don't got no sources, nigga. I want y'all to know that you can cite oral sources. The nigga been doing it for 10, 15 years. Y'all tripping. And I can't believe that y'all would have went so bad that you gonna discredit a man, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's been healthy, brought a healthy balance in this motherfucker. If not for him, yo, the Raw Squad would have tried to run circles around my motherfucking ass, yo. Think about that shit. Really sit back and think about this shit. Don't hate me, hate the game, nigga. I'm very strategic in how I look at shit and how I plan shit. I already knew. He was like, nah, I saw he's pseudo. Nah, he fucking it up. Nah. I was like, nah, yo, nah. He said, yo, this what it is. I said, give me a minute. Let me see. Yo, he was the buffer from keeping the whole community, watch this, to get overthrown by niggas who sophisticated at their approach. Yeah, we brought the source, we did that, but it was a piece, it was the chink in the fucking armor, and I knew it. And you know what that chink was? That chink was scientific literacy. And I said, yo, we got to have this piece. I got to get that. I got to have this fucking piece. I got to be able to follow this man all the way through. I got to hear what he's saying. I got to be able to process it, yo. I got to know where it fit. I got to be able to do it, yo. I'm a little behind him. I say, but that's good. Ain't nothing like being behind a younger dude. Nothing like it, bro. It's an experience. When older niggas realize, yo, that young nigga is coming. You either gonna be on his side or stand against him. What you gonna do? You either gonna give him something that he don't got, you know what I'm saying, that he gonna need to shape and form that shit, or you not. This nigga ain't never disrespected me, yo. Even when we cussed each other out, yo, he kept that shit street a motherfucking buck. All the way through. Shout out to Gullah. Cut from the same type of motherfucking cloth. Them young niggas. So now we here in this moment. And we trying to figure out who got the real shit. Who? Let's see. And Guys and Gozy. Bro, I appreciate that, yo. I appreciate our battles, yo. I appreciate our training exercises, yo. I appreciate the young lions, you know what I'm saying, that you always had on my side no matter what the fuck we went through. Nigga, I appreciate that. I don't want everybody to know that right now. So now all of a sudden, you don't know what you're talking about, yo? You have no idea on how to transmit signs, dog? You don't bring no sources, yo? Nigga, we play with sources around here. Really? Huh. Gullah.
Hey, can I go now?
Yeah, I'm calling you.
Oh, my fault.
This
my
don't
fault.
come in hot. Don't come
sorry.
in hot though, nigga. You don't gotta come in hot.
No. I ain't gonna come in hot. I'm gonna keep it smooth and cool. You did. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. Today really showed how illiterate I feel that Smash Rockwell is. He created a narrative. What made me react? Because somebody called me. They text me and said he made another video. I say fine. I caught the tail end when he tried to create a narrative and you were there. He tried to say that I was scared of Inky. Now you remember when I seen Inky, when Inky was woofing and we was going back and forth on the internet, Inky was very nice when I met him in person. So for him to try
very
to
respectful. He was very respectful. All them niggas was actually scared of the way you transmitted signs. You can ask them niggas right now, nigga. Now they hated me, nigga, but they was afraid of your shit because they knew you fucking knew.
Thank you.
Nigga was like this.
And Inky has never been the same after that sit down in Atlanta. He was destroyed. Now he just wiggles around. But for Smash to create a narrative like that, I felt that was weird. But he feel how he feel. And I see he's a passive aggressive, and I'm gonna call you a coward. I'm gonna call him a coward because the way he move is not the way a real OG move. He just created something to try to assassinate my character. And you can make whatever video you want. I don't know you, you don't know me. So to play them games and say that what I wouldn't say in your face, you don't know what type of person I am. But I'm gonna keep it that way. It's up, it's up. Another thing, brother Ankh, got much love for you. Ankh, remember, I never read poems, I read energy. You know that. And you know what's interesting about this guy? He pulled up the old blog talk shows. And none of them shows said nothing about reading poems. They talked about the quantum monad. They talk, I used to try to mix the new age with the metaphysics stuff to entertain people. And I used to say on Nikki Love blog, like, hey, this is for entertainment. Don't take it literal. It said nothing about it. So for him to try to pull that again to assassinate my character,
you don't got to defend that, yo.
That's disingenuous.
You don't
but it is what it is.
Yo.
And then
if you were serious about that, yo, when I said what I said, yo, you wouldn't have never just stopped doing it like that. How the fuck do you stop doing it instantly? You get out of here. You just playing.
Right. And it was all entertainment. I mean, I'm a Muslim. People could consider that pseudo, but I don't try to, at this time, I don't bring my beliefs into the argument. I'm not here for that.
Never have.
I'm not. So you can say what you don't believe in it. I don't care. But when it comes to understanding science, when it comes to understanding DNA, for you to play with me is like me saying he don't really understand hieroglyphics and he can only read some words.
We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that. And then Reggie come on talking about Ngozi, he exposed himself, and I got love for Reggie. But for Reggie to play that game, and he said that I don't know what a PCA is, a principal component analysis, or I don't understand how the FBI use PCRs. And if you understand the variation of a PCA or the PCR that's used, he wouldn't even be saying the stuff that he's saying. You know, like the polymerase chain reaction that's used to deal with how they sequence whatever, they would not be saying I sent a lot of stuff to chefs. And then he what he did was he seen me say something, because I'm arguing with 8 or 9 people at one time. I slightly said percent. I didn't mean to say percent. My meaning was to talk about the 8 to 13%. So here's the thing. I'm just saying. And when I said Shamaka Keita, I just want to explain this to the audience. I said that I'm saying if you try to use those 8 STRs that was used in 2010, and then Shamaka Keita turned around and used the same STR to put them in the what's the name, the population affiliator to give an idea. He also said that, you know, the algorithms will change if you put it in different and put it in different calculators. Yeah, so with that being said, you can't take that literal. But I did not. I said it's minimum overall. First of all, the FBI used more than 13 STRs today, and everybody can look that up. He never addressed that. Trying to bring up 2010 and what they used in 2010 and 2008. What about what they use now when it comes to the CODIS, right? But for you to play that game, I felt that was disingenuous. Now, I also said that minimum that was used, I said this on Brother Chef Show, I said it doesn't deny that they didn't have some sub-Saharan signature in them, because even amongst modern Egyptians today, you find an allotic component in them, but it's small. It's not the overall DNA composition. So if we try to use that as a model, the signature that's small, to try to bear witness like this makes them overall African, that's a problem, because it's not talking in the sense of ancestry. Yes, the alleles were there. That matches with populations in those on the Great Lakes region. But what's the population in the Great Lake regions? It's the Nilotic component. But
stop right there. Stay on the Nilotic population. They don't understand that. They have no, you know, they mixed up.
Yes,
they mixed up. They don't understand. But I've heard conversations on that in Nazi. Yeah, they gotta understand the Nilotic. They don't. They gotta follow.
They gotta follow our brother BR, the Dinka brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Brother DR bring it up all the time. And I also talked about Schuleman's work in 2017. That was only based off mtDNA, and even that's limited. So what I'm saying is that if you put all this together, then they got something coming out, and I seen African Teacher put it in there. They didn't pay attention to him. African Teachers, you know, he got his own way of thinking. I like him, but he got his way. He say I'm smart, but he don't think I'm a teacher because I don't fight with a sword properly. But here's the thing.
What?
African, that's his narrative. But African Teacher, I know what I'm talking about, because me and him agree with the same thing. He's not going to say I'm wrong. And like African Teacher said, it's limited. The data that's used to try to give them an idea.
He got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, he's a good guy though, very intelligent. He's an actual teacher. I like him, but he don't ride with nobody. He's just a teacher. But he was trying to, he talks like a scientist. Nothing is in absolutes, and that's the way he think. But what I'm saying, and then your boy Smash blocked me, which showed again a weak move. I'm not even talking, bro. At this point, I can't take Smash serious. And I really seen that with this blackology thing, people like James, they got a whole agenda that's based off race, and it's not scientific at all. They just want to prove who was black. And to use that idea to talk about a population is very sick and childish. Now, again, I'm not denying, and I kept saying it over and over again, that what was used in the 8 out of 13 STRs or pairs within the DNA, and you understand
when
they
STRs,
the short tandem repeat. So here's the thing: when they put
hold on, what do they do?
So when the short tandem repeats is used to deal with the data or the range or the distance. So for example, the GACT, guanine, cytosine, thymine, you know what I'm saying? The 4 nucleotides of DNA, they sequence it, put it in there, and it gives a range. So then you start to deal with the pairs of the genes. They didn't even have the full. What I'm saying is they didn't even have. It was 8 out of 13 short tandem repeats that was used, because what they use is a polymerase chain reactor, right? The polymerase chain reactor that FBI used.
What's that?
That's the toolage that they use to sequence the available data. It's a
hold on. See, you teaching right now. I bet you they can't do that, bro. No, if I did them the same way, nigga, they fall apart. But keep going.
Of course. And that's a variation within a principal component analysis, which is also the toolage that's used. So for them to play that game as if I said this, no, I said it's bullshit, because the way Shamaka said, he said, if you put the same data, the ASTRs out of 13 and other calculators, you'll get different algorithms. The size of it'll change. For them to act like I said anything different is a problem. I said it's bullshit because Shamaka Keita, who's a bioanthropologist, a scientist, and one of his electives had to be genetics. If you went in any field of biology, you got it. One of your electives got to be that. He understands that you can't use this to try to have a certainty of ancestry. It doesn't.
Now, hold on for a minute. Now stop for a minute. But see, that's a stop sign that the expert know not to go by, but the layman clump him in with that. So
Correct.
We already know he doesn't agree with that. We already know that he would agree with you.
Absolutely.
They just don't understand what you're saying, bro.
Absolutely.
I'm letting you know this. I just want you. That's why I say don't come in hot. I want to make sure you got your lick back. You know what I'm saying? All right. But they can't do what you're doing right now. I'm gonna ask you, what's that? What's this? And you explain it. So
but you know what?
Going,
but you know what? Though I don't got nothing to say because for him to pull that move to say what he said, it's not a reality. But I know he's scared of Khufu for real. Because I know how I had Inky and all them in that room, but we know why he's scared of Khufu. If you want to play those games, because bro, I don't know you, but I know of you through my brother Khufu, and I hate to resurrect him from the grave because you're playing petty, childish games as an older man.
We just turned left. We is not turning left. No left turns.
But I'm gonna leave that alone because that ain't
I'm not
important.
gonna affiliate myself with the left turn.
Yeah, but I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with it.
You got your lick, yo. Stay on it. Stay on the package now.
So yeah, I'm done. But all I'm saying is that for them to play the game and then an audience who Ngozi can never be exposed by these dudes. Y'all just don't understand the available data. If you keep up with what's going on, you will say, okay, I understand what Ngozi said. I'm not denying a component or element that ties with the Nilotic populations in the Great Lake regions in Tanzania, Uganda. You only have what? You have the Maasai groups. You have what else? You have who are intermediate groups. You have the Kikuyus. You have the Kapinsis. You got different groups of Nilotic populations. When you knock out those signals, the base at the base is Dinka-like. So that's all it's saying, and that's an older way of saying it compared to what they have now. And even amongst the modern Egyptians today, you're going to find components that links with Dinka or Omatic or what they call motor-like signals. You can't deny that. So I don't know what the audience is talking about. I'm just here to say that the Egyptians are not what we are trying to say. And even a brother Haskell read something when he said that you don't use Yoruba as the base population because you shouldn't, because Yoruba are West Africans. You should use the population in the south of Egypt, populations in North Sudan, Somali, Ethiopians, Eritreans, people that speak Afro-Asiatic languages that have genetic affinities, which is similarities that's compared to populations. That fits in a better proxy than using a Yoruba, a Mandinka, a Wolof, a Bimileke, in a group of people that we come from in Western Central Africa. And we also understand that those populations that I just named have some integressions from Neolithic Libertines.
Freeze for a minute. What is meant by the term integration?
Meaning that it's something that entered in, that merged in, that moved in, that mixed from population that came in. The integration from those groups from Neolithic Libertines came in and added on to the population that was there. Absolutely. Yeah. Who was that? Oh, yeah. That's my brother. That's my brother. So they're merging in. It's hybridization.
Stop. Hybridization. How long we've been talking about that? How many years?
For a very long time. My brother. So they have
James need to stop, yo. James need to chill out and stand up for people, man, and keep that shit real, yo.
So he do.
Be at the forefront, yo.
And then the Neolithic Libertines, who's classified as Natufians, when you follow them, we understand parts of their DNA on the paternal side split from ancestral North Africans. They're mainly E3B. And I just don't want to deal with sex chromosomes. But here's the thing. The early Natufians was a mixture between basal Eurasians, this hypothetical base pop. And
how many chromosomes humans got?
We got 46.
And half come from your mother, half come from your father, right?
23 come from your mother and 23 come from your father.
And each one of them got a sex chromosome.
And each one of them got a sex chromosome. And haplogroups only.
Tell know what we talking about.
And haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. Now, when you deal with,
could you say that one more time, please?
Haplogroups make up less than 1% of your DNA. But when you deal with it, singularly, the way mitochondrial DNA works, which is the powerhouse of the cells that you get from your mama, is stored in cells at 5%. But to the total overall DNA composition, it's less than 1%. You gotta understand how these numbers work. The same thing with the paternal line. But the mitochondrial DNA is more stable, so it's easier to sequence than the shorter paternal line. We all know that haplogroups don't recombine. Haplos means to unfold. So what I'm trying to say is that to play that game as if they understand DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid,
Oh,
It's
what's that
very
again? The what? The who?
the
You know,
DNA.
you the
Yes.
first nigga that really said the whole thing. I'm like, the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but the cat
The whole
said
thing.
they said I was rambling. I'm slowing down so the
No,
audience.
no, hold on for a minute. I'm saying, like, come on, yo. Like, the conversation is for those that at least have a prerequisite, yo. You
Correct.
did you actually are dumbing it down,
Yes.
right?
So
You're actually showing them, but they refuse to read a real book on genetics, yo.
they just want to say
They don't want to do it. They just want to talk shit and make Egypt white, because every time you say the Egyptians is black, you're actually following suit with Europeans, colonialism. They said that.
but there is no black genetics or white genetics when it comes to understanding genes. There's no such thing.
It's no such
And when you
thing,
try to
yo.
tie in ancestral ties from certain regions, that's something totally different. So you do find components that matches with current populations, but to try to act like it's a black gene or a
It's the
white gene,
craziest shit ever.
that's no such thing in the field of biology, in the field of genetics. So my brother Brendan come on there and he tried to present to them the more up-to-date studies that show that there's a continuation that's very similar to the Abusir finding. And your brother Smash tried to read about the portion when it said low contaminants, meaning that it's a higher certainty that there is no contaminants at a higher degree to say it's off. Because at the base of it is a continuity that matches Abusir mummies, which shows that those DNA signatures been there. So they're trying to find all types of ways. And again, that's not the overall picture. These are talking about certain layers and fragments until they get the full story. So in 2023, they do have screens. People are floating around the screenshots that they're going to reveal in 2025 to give us a better idea of who these people were. And we also have to understand that the genetic signatures differ based off region. Egypt is not a country. It's not a state. I'm sorry. Egypt is a country. It's not a city. It's not a block. It's a country. So within a country in different regions, you're going to have different layers. That's why in the Abusir findings, we said this doesn't overall make up for the overall country. If we go to Upper Egypt, it may be different. They just did it for one region. So, I mean, I think that it's very disingenuous the way they moving. And oh God, you didn't get Ngozi on anything. You can make all the videos you want and block me like you did because you wouldn't let me on there.
He ain't block you. He wouldn't.
Yes, he did. He blocked me because
for the conversation.
No, he blocked me and he was talking crap. And I ain't mad at him, but you're not gonna disrespect me, and you're definitely not gonna try to pussyfoot me like I'm one of them. I'm not one of them, bro. And it ain't about it's not about where you from, because I don't care about all that.
He tried to little boy.
You can't little boy me, brother. I think that was wrong because I ain't never came in. Smash has been shooting at me distantly for a while.
You always gave him respect.
And I always gave him respect, but I ain't never went out my way to call him an expired rapper, an outdated rapper. I never went out my way. I said no. I said no.
I'm not even gonna laugh.
I said I could be petty, but I wouldn't do that because I'm not gonna do that.
Genetics.
I'm not gonna do that. I said I could be petty because I respect his craft. I'm not that type of dude, but I'm just putting it out there like he was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So man. But we know, back to the point. You know, you should try to use that to determine that this is the people who they are racially. And then my brother Reggie come in talking about Ngozi, don't know what bro, look up PCAs and PCRs and what's going on.
Hold on, yo. That's Dr. Reggie, yo. He got his dad going
Dr.
degree
Reggie. Dr. Reggie.
From Dr. Seuss.
Look, I got love. I honestly got love a lot for Reggie because Reggie's a good guy. He just got his beliefs. But for him to try to do what he did to ride with them, I think that was wrong. But I ain't mad at Reggie. I ain't even mad at Smash. I just think y'all doing too much.
Yeah, y'all doing too much. At this point, well, they've been doing too much for the last. Yeah, they've been doing too much. Man, just went to the whole. Right. Yeah, they done went. Yeah, they done did too much, yo. Anytime I'm gonna show y'all something that's real, yo. Right? And here go a good litmus test for y'all, yo. And I'm serious, yo. All right. Couldn't hear you. Can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
I'm serious with this, though.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back, brother. Right back.
I know you is. You in and out. You good. Keep moving. I got you. Listen. If I'm beefing with a nigga, yo, over this right here, they done did way too much, yo. When you hear me start like saying stuff, you know, off the cuff for real, you know what I'm saying? You know, they done did something way too much on what we doing right here, yo. We just want to get a real serious conversation based around solidly grounded information, yo. And I expect my friends, yo, to at least do that, yo. I expect the same standard, yo. I don't expect Brendan to all of a sudden dive in the conversation and start making some shit up when he know that we both gonna look it up and we gonna be able to comprehend that, yo. And I wouldn't expect that. So if me and Brendan is arguing, yo, it's something wrong, yo. So when me and Brendan had friction on shit, I say, Brendan, what is it I'm doing wrong, you think? And we talked it out. Because I know that friction should not be there on nothing. Because we there right here. And that's what I'm expecting out of my friends. Now, the damn pseudos, yo, the pseudos gonna be pseudos, yo. But my friends, I don't even make everybody my friend. You got the ability to bring something to the game. So I would never say to Smash, yeah, I'm saying, can't read them damn glyphs and not prolific. I would never murmur it out my damn mouth. What I will say is, yo, he's seeing fucking ghosts at this point. He's not trusting his friends. Because I trust him when it comes to the meta nature. Now, I might not trust Asar as much because he played too damn much. Now, everybody playing too much with this, yo. I don't know. I just can't figure that shit out. I don't know, bro. This should not be this hard. We have enough tools. We got people who can read the meta nature, right? We got people who look at expert material. We listen to the experts. We should be able to put that shit together and give a good, clean picture of what we understand the culture that's in the Nile Valley is. Yo, we supposed to do that, yo. And we don't got to bring in no terms that was introduced later on to that indigenous population to keep that shit funky. Anyway, how you doing, Brendan, man? Pseudo Killer Fisher, man. I see you. The War on Science. That's a serious shirt right there, yo.
I'm telling you, we're fighting it. I'm telling you, this is a testament to that, right? Because you know, I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned it. It's like, okay, well, this is sort of like an ongoing conversation we have between all of us, and all of us are reading scientific material at a very high level. We're trying to understand it is the best way we can, and I'll give you an example on between a conversation that me and you had, right? And we had a conversation about the influence between the Levant and the early Egyptian. This is pre-dynastic, right? Actually, I think it was prehistoric Egypt. Mm-hmm. And I made one of my points was the microlith or the Stone Age tool industry, mm-hmm. that you could see some of the similarities between the Levant and North Africa, mm-hmm. right? And mm-hmm. and when I made that statement, I said to you, why would I make that up, right? Mm. If the detail in which I make the statement, you know, I wouldn't make up something like this. You know, makes sense. Why would I say that there is a similarity, right, in terms of the microlith and the Stone Age technologies that were in the Levant and Northeast Africa? Mm-hmm. That is a very detailed statement to say that somebody wouldn't necessarily pull out of their behind, right? Right? Why would you say that? And based on that, we had that conversation. You said, you know what, you're right. You wouldn't make that up, and we had enough of, I guess you would say, respect between us to say, okay, well, Brendan, let's go through the material and figure out where you found that. Let's parse it. Mm-hmm. And then we can have a nuanced conversation, mm-hmm. about what we're both actually saying. Mm-hmm. Right. And a piece of the conversation that we had today on Smash's channel, when I jumped on the panel, I said that, hey, I think we're being heavy-handed in terms of misrepresenting and throwing out the Suleiman study from 2017. Mm-hmm. Right. And I commenced to talk about the reasons why I think we're being those guys were being heavy-handed, and we're just jumping out the window a bit on it. Right. Mm-hmm. And I referenced back to Christopher Ehret in terms of what he says about the study. He doesn't necessarily criticize the scientific study directly, and I'll share this for the people that may not necessarily know what we're talking about here. And I'm not gonna read anything. I'm just gonna share the study.
All right, let me share this.
Right. Yeah, he going to the journalism about the paper.
Right. And what it is, and this 2017 study, right, this is where they were actually studying some of the, I guess you say the genetic results when they studied some ancient Egyptian mummies, and they said that the genomes suggest increased sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman periods, right? And we were sort of going through this, and the piece that that Christopher Eric talks about, he criticizes the misuse of this particular study, not necessarily the study directly, right? Because he talks about how people will actually use this particular study to make blanket statements about the entirety of ancient Egypt and its populations across huge time periods, right? People have been doing that, right? Whether it has been online or either within academic study. And that's what he really criticizes. But when you actually parse this particular article, and we talked about this, we jumped on, and said that, okay, well, if we're going to say that we need to study, we want to throw this out, and it's BS and it's biased and there's a hidden agenda. Let's read it first. Mm-hmm. So we pulled up this particular article, and as we began to go through it, some of the main people that were saying that this particular article it wasn't credible. We need to throw it out, right? It was garbage. It was BS. At the end of the day, they admitted they hadn't read this article, right? And that is the piece that at least within the pseudo killers, and I would say that, Ankh, you talk about this as well. Right, you have to read the material. You can't just jump out the window, right, and be very presumptive, right? You can't draw your own conclusions, right? You can't go. I'm going to read a criticism about the particular article, but not read the original article itself.
Oh, then you're not going to understand it. It tells you in the title, though,
right? Or not even acknowledge the limitations that it says within the article itself. Right, because even within the academic work, right, it's something that they always do. The structure of academic articles are very similar. We talked about this, right? So you go in, you got your abstract, right? You basically you lay your groundwork in terms of your abstract. You have a very high level title, right? In terms of this, right? You've got all of the contributors, and you go through the academic pieces, right? You go through all of the data. How is the data collected? How is it parsed? Right. What are the data sets that you actually use? This is the repeatability pieces in the middle, the meat of the argument. And then at the very end, you talk about discussions, and you talk about conclusions, and you talk about limitations as well. Right. And even within the discussions and the limitations that it talks about within this 2017 Schulman argument, right, the very critics of this, right, their criticism is actually talked about within the limitations within the article itself. It says, be very careful in terms of using this particular article to make what they say apodictic statements about the entirety of the ancient Egyptian population. You've talked about this ad nauseum, this particular article, how to use it and how not to particularly use it.
Yeah,
right.
It talks about the conversation. Remember? Stop.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
The stop sign conversation. Remember? Stop.
Yeah, absolutely. It talks about the stop signs are within most academic articles. Within 99.9% of all academic, they give you the stop signs. They tell you where to stop. Right? They tell you the limitations. Well, we didn't have enough time to do this. We didn't have enough research money to do this. We didn't have access to these particular tools. Right? Here's some things you can use it. Here's why it's interesting. Here's why it's valuable. Here's what you shouldn't do. Right? But the biggest piece when we had the conversation today was the subsequent study, the 2021 study that it had, where it expanded upon the limitations of this particular study, right? The 2021 study, right? It adds additional, right, mummies that it actually that they analyzed, right? And this was across 6 different excavation sites along the Nile, along the entire extent of the Nile, right, across the 4,000 years of ancient Egyptian time scale, right? And all of these things, and the reason why it does this, right, these people say, okay, well, we acknowledge the limitations of this, right? Let's see if we can make the study better. Let's broaden it. Let's broaden the scope of this particular study, right? And we're going to add additional mummies, right? Additional time and additional geographic scale. And even in that, they said that, okay, well, some of the results actually mimic or they mirror some of our previous, right, mitochondrial genome results. But even in that, you have to be careful even in that, because you can't, even with the expanded results, you can't use those particular results to draw a conclusion about races of people, because you just can't do that with genomic studies.
So those stop signs are. Did you want to add something, Gullah? No. How about you, Sosa?
Yeah, I was fading in and out on a damn probably where I'm at. Thunder. But yeah. Brother making great points, man. My whole thing is like, and I'm watching some of the chat, and they like, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. You good?
Oh, all right. Yeah. My whole thing is like, I'm watching the chat, right, and they all like, yeah, someone goes, he got exposed. It's like,
yeah.
Truth be told, bro, like that's not even why we're doing it. It's either we trying to get the right information, bro. Like you said, I think it's different to say, yeah, I think it goes is wrong. I agree with Smash because it's so and so. I think that's a different type of conversation, bro. And ain't no, we presenting information and sources, so ain't nobody getting exposed. We either gonna be right or wrong at the end of the day, bro. And if we wrong, we can examine it. Go, okay, okay, I messed that up. I got that wrong, and then we move forward, bro. But it's like I see some people feeding on the whole. You can tell it ain't really about the information. It's what I mean. It's about, you feel me. So when I see the conversation drift off into other areas, bro, it's like what we doing, bro? Like for real. Like like I said, if you say a man's wrong, you don't say a man is lying. That's something different, bro. You feel me? Like if you got respect for me and I'm wrong about something, and you say, nah, it's Sosa lying, bro. Like, man, we got an issue, bro, because I think that's disrespect. You disrespecting me now, bro. You feel me? So that's the whole part of the conversation. That,
they don't understand what disrespect is.
I don't like it when we always, when people get in their feelings, when we challenge information, it just get crazy, bro. Yeah.
So this what disrespect is. At least in the world I was raised in. We all grew up together, right? In your same neighborhood, same community. You grew up with people, you see everybody grow. You see everybody false strengths and weaknesses. This is disrespect right here. If every time we step on that motherfucking diamond, nigga, I'm giving everybody work, and I got you looking crazy out there, right? And then in the conversation, you start talking about I can't play. Nigga, it's disrespectful because you ain't never beat me at nothing. If every time we threw them hands up, you see me knocking niggas out, right? I see you fight, you might got some heart, right? But you ain't knocking niggas out. You ain't looking good doing it. Yeah, you'll fight, but you ain't really. And then we're in a general conversation. You talking about, nigga, I can't fight. I'm lying about that. Wait a minute, nigga. Nigga, we grew up together. You know what it is. I ain't saying you a chump, but you know what it is. You know who excel? If we're in a mall, right? And you talking about, that nigga, he ain't never hired at no women for real. When you know the whole stilo, when I know what you got, and I know what and we all know it. That's disrespect. So we know who talks about real science around here. We know it. We know who dedicated motherfucking channels to science. We know who will say the hell with y'all. Who will depart from friendships. We know who that is. We know what group is dedicated to science. And I ain't talking about halfway. Yeah, one foot stuck somewhere in the goddamn Sahara in West Africa, and the other foot stuck somewhere in the left. Nigga, we stuck all the way in science. Because we recognize that's the best way to understand our history, authentically. Is through science, the anthropological studies. You can get it as close to right as possible, or you can get it closer than people just making that shit up, Ken, because it takes out all your biases, right? And it puts you in a position to understand. Because this is one thing they all say to a man and a woman. They say it clearly. They say, yo, it's value in knowing our history. Because if we know our history, know who we are, yo, we can excel as a people. They say all that. Well, if that's the truth, yo, then why wouldn't you want the right thing? Why wouldn't you use the tool that's dedicated to making sure you have some understanding about your natural world? And last time I checked, and I'm going to end with this, human beings in the Nile Valley are part of the natural world. Humans are a force in nature. That's what science does. Science studies forces in nature. Juju, did you get the paper I sent you?
I got it.
So let's get to the portion right here. All right. Race as a social construct. Matter of fact, I want you to read the 3 points. 1, 2, 3 points in that question is scholarly sources, and that would be from the question I asked about can DNA and genetics define humans? Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna read the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points right there. All right. And make sure I already gave and give them the sources. But I stopped at 1. We're gonna redo it because it seems like the chat is a little full. We're gonna start over them again. I'm gonna let you read through it. This is gonna be our long read portion of the show. All right. This is important here. This shit, we should have. I tried to put the brakes on the conversation. They do tomatoes. I say, yo, it's a racial, it's a social construct, yo.
And then Ngozi, I think he made a statement about Dr. Sorkieta and his experience with genetics. Right. I think Dr. Sorkieta, he's an expert in biological anthropology, right?
Yeah. Gotta know genetics.
Yeah, within biological anthropology, he is a subject matter expert in genetics. That's a piece of his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and he ain't never and look, man. I tell you what's funny about listening to experts, Brendan. I think we noticed this. We more privy to not understanding what the hell they saying and messing it up.
Right.
We don't understand. We misunderstand more than what we understand. Let's just be honest, right? They try to help us out as much as they can. Absolutely.
Don't understand what they did say and misunderstand what they misunderstand. Don't understand. No, say what they didn't say and don't understand what they did say.
At this one, I feel like if you don't know that man's whole name, you can't be reading his articles right. Shomarka. I'm gonna tell y'all because I know it because I read his stuff, right? That's how you tell a nigga ain't even reading their stuff right. You feel me?
Oh, don't put him in that category.
Yeah, but his name's Shamarka Omar Yaya Keta.
Oh, see, there you go.
That's his name.
There you go. Okay.
That's his
Nobody's
name.
gonna be able to do it like that.
I read it. That's my favorite one too.
Yeah, you wilding out.
Come on, Juju. You done went all the way to the man's birth name.
No, I'm thorough. It's on his papers.
Okay.
It's called being thorough.
Whatever.
Shut up.
You take called being a pharaoh. What'd you say?
Thorough. I'm thorough. I ain't saying nothing about Pharaoh. I know your Baltimorean accent ain't picking on my Southern accent. I know you ain't doing that.
Hey, super wavy. Yo, you already know Science is undefeated, yo. You got, come on, yo. You one of the young ones, yo. I ain't gonna say you young, but you.
He corrupt.
He ain't corrupt, man. He just gotta work.
Let him go.
Nah, I can't let super wavy go.
The name just Shawnee, man. He ain't super and nigga. He don't be wavy, bro. Like I can't respect that nigga. That nigga
right?
just Shawnee, bro. Call a nigga super wavy.
Yeah,
bro. Like,
you gotta earn them stripes.
That's disrespectful to super wavy niggas out there. I know some super wavy niggas.
Right.
He ain't one of them, bro. That nigga just Shawnee, bro.
Oh man, we gonna get it right. We ain't. I'm saying, yo, the conversation is at a high level, man. Look, man, y'all listening to the community of skeptics, man, yo, and this is how we operating, yo. We operating from a position of power and from a position of fighting for our ability as African Americans, man, to understand science and be illiterate in it, so we can just have great conversations. So go ahead, Juju. Anybody want to add something before she get into that major stop sign that I've been fighting with the whole time? Like, stop it.
I got another bullet in the chamber after she goes.
Okay, all right.
So, I'll keep one or two.
Yeah,
I
Brendan.
don't talk without
Type
anything in
in.
front of me. I don't talk without something without a gun.
Love
Never
it.
do we?
I don't come to the fight like that.
All right.
He got
All right,
that
go
Desert Eagle.
ahead, Juju. So what we doing?
I'm sorry, I missed instructions. So I'm starting at can DNA and genetics.
We're gonna do with the so I got scholarly source. You'll see underneath of the it says it says can DNA genetics define race of humans.
humans.
Okay, go underneath of that, and we're
All
gonna double back to that after
All right.
Brendan, I want you to go to
Oh,
the
you want me to go to
scholarly
scholarly
sources.
sources?
Yeah,
I see.
right.
All right.
I did some, you know how I do it. I did
know.
some prelogue on it, but I want you to read through, right? And yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sources, right?
I
All
see
right.
6 points in a summary.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, read them 6 points. And remember, I've always said that black is a racialized term. And I already knew if you didn't even know it was a racialized term socially constructed by people who enslaved people, that colonized them, and there was a reason behind them doing that to separate you, marginalize you, and so if I can say you black person and then make the black skin filthy, dirty, destructive, subpar, subhuman, then I got you. See what I'm saying? And so, for me, those indigenous people in the Nile Valley, they wasn't subjected to that, They had their own agency, right? As indigenous people, they got a chance to marry who they wanted to marry. It wasn't an electric fence where they couldn't traverse back and forth like all humans do. Some people start out in Baltimore, Maryland, end up in quote unquote Atlanta, That's way farther than the guy dad going. If you're in the Delta and you go to Levant, nigga, that's way. Come on, yo. Like sometimes our perception is actually off, right? So when Sirius B was talking about the tools, the tools didn't get up and walk by themselves. It would make sense for those tools to be in those areas, right? It would make sense for genetic populations to coalesce right there. Guess where they learned that from, y'all? They learned that from studying baboons. And guess what they learned about baboons, right? That's how I know that I wanted to call him Fire Station James. I'm gonna give y'all a story about Fire Station James one day.
Oh,
right?
Lord.
Remind me of it. It's a good one, right? Not now, right? But listen, Neanderthal James, right? He talked about integration and all that hybridization. Wait a minute, dog. Nigga, do you realize, I done read the studies on hybridization when they talk about the baboons. Whenever different populations of baboons come together, right? Wherever they come together at, there's a line there, right? Where two populations come, they always mix. Always. So then they understand that Homo sapiens sapiens will always mix when ranges come together, they're gonna always mix. Simple. There is no debating that. There's no matter of fact, being Egyptian has nothing to do with you mixing with other populations. Has nothing to do with that at all. No more than being an American does. Being an American, it doesn't require you to be an African American to be an American. Correct. It doesn't require you to be Indo-European. Whatever the hell you think, you don't have to be. You don't got to be that. You don't have to be none of that. As a matter of fact, y'all forgot that America was actually built off of the study of Egypt, and they give it a symbol in the dollar bill. And that ain't even pseudo. That's just reality because they're seeing how it worked. Being able to bring different populations together to form a culture. And whether you think it's great or not, whatever, you know what I mean? I'm black and I'm proud, so I think the black element is a strong portion of it that really pushed the shit forward. Free labor. Of course, I'm going to say that. I believe it in my heart. But at the end of the day, being white don't make you no more an American than being Chinese or being whatever the hell, And if you're trying to do that, you're just wrong. Same with Egypt, So let's knock it off. Go ahead, Juju.
All right, so
hey, but hold on, he ain't Neanderthal James either. That's disrespectful to Neanderthal shit, nigga. That nigga just James,
they was
bro.
Yeah,
we rearranging niggas titles.
Yeah.
All right, James, go ahead, Juju.
For real, rearrange
Just call him Lil Jimmy. Just call him Lil Jimmy, yo.
Little Jimmy,
Hey,
I like that.
Hey, can I ask you a question, everybody on the panel?
Yeah, jump in. I know you
right, Lil Jimmy. I'm rocking.
So
Go
people
off,
like
Mayor. Go off.
So no, I'm not going off. But what's interesting to me
they
is that
already did it.
me and Unc been going at this for years. But my question is, people like James, who just started reading, like I actually see why people saying he caught me, which he didn't, because he's illiterate. But I asked him a question. I said, what's a nucleotide? He didn't know. So my thing is, if you don't know what a nucleotide is, why are you studying DNA? You're only getting involved in DNA to find blackness in DNA. Because if you ask the question, what's a short tandem repeat analysis, we can talk about what short tandem repeat analysis is used in molecular biology. And that goes back to the question. So if you don't know what alleles is, which is pairs of genes, what they sequence or what they're looking for is the locus. The locus is the location within the specific of the pairs of genes, the location of it. And they do it repeatedly. So what I'm saying is that if you don't know the methods, if you don't understand what's being sequenced, if you don't even know what a nucleotide is, why are you trying to read about DNA? That's unscientific.
It don't even go that far. Just ask him, tell us what DNA is.
He doesn't know. He don't even know
what is DNA.
He don't even know the different parts. He can't even break down the different parts of a cell.
Do you think he can tell us what DNA is?
I don't think so. He's so illiterate. All I said was he asked a question about he talked about DO, and I said that I lean to haplogroup DE developing in Africa because of recent research. I think that DE is developed in East Africa, but some geneticists or scholars believe they still postulate it to develop in West Asia, somewhere near Arabia. But my thing is, just because I believe it's DE, I mean, it developed in Africa today, doesn't mean in the next 6 years or 5 years it won't change if they find more basal branches outside of Africa. That's only a scientific mind to think like that. Only thing this nigga want to do is say Africa, Africa, Africa. Yeah, the idea of it's beautiful, but you can't throw out the probability of it developing somewhere else. Then I brought up the DO marker that was found in the Syrian Arab man that lived in Russia and an African American. The thing is still quasi, but based off available data, DE does appear to develop in Africa, but it shouldn't be based off that. Study of DNA.
Because they did it with the L3 and all that shit. Because even the men and goals been following that for years. Like they've been going back and forth since 2015.
I just want to stay focused on the topic.
The focus point is he don't know what a nucleotide is. If you don't know what nucleotide is, none of y'all.
It forms the basic structure of DNA.
But they don't. But
basic units of DNA, yo, come on.
But he don't know. He literally got stuck and said all he looking for is black sub-Saharan Africa and looking at everything, or looking for what's Neanderthal and what's not Neanderthal. Stop playing, man. They don't even know what short tandem repeats is. They literally just got, and you know what's crazy, Unc? This stuff is not complicated. If you read about it, you can learn it. But they're reading about it and inserting their own narrative to it. That's pseudo.
The study that came out of 2010.
Hey, look, yo, come on, bro. Come on, yo. Stop.
So
you're not bored. Hey, hold on for a minute. That good guy, be a good guy, yo. Stop. You loud and wrong and stop, yo.
So soon as I start talking,
you just started talking. Listen, somebody's talking, right? He teaching, and you dive in. We already know you pseudo as hell. You did one good thing the other day. You said something right. I forgot what it was. I say, damn, it took that nigga 5 years.
It doesn't matter. I just want
to. Hold on, so don't jump in and derail the show right now. We're going to have a moment.
I'm derailing the show.
Hold on. I wasn't finna talking, bro. You just come in. So that good guy. You're another one. What I'm trying to say is, hold on.
Put him in the back.
I got it. Don't feed. I'm mute him out. Go ahead.
I'm not even trying to be. That's another one. He keep asking about 2010 studies, what Zawi Hawass put in, right? And what I'm saying is, it's 2023. If you look up how many STRs is used today in 2024 and 2023, and when it shifts, you would not be coming at me the way you coming at me. Nobody cares about what the DNA profile was usage and
DNA tribes.
That don't even exist no more. DNA tribes don't exist no more. But this what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm asking. No one cares about what makes up a DNA profile in 2010. Again, I'm not saying that
that's when the study was done.
But listen, but what you don't comprehend, my brother. What you don't comprehend, that was 2010. If you take those 8 out of 13 pairs of STRs and with more volumes and more up to date, what algorithm do you think you're going to get? It will be a shift in size. So what I'm saying is that comprehend what's being said. Only thing
that's what I'm trying to do.
But you're but this the problem, the good guy. This is the problem, this good guy. Let me just say this, Gullah. This is the problem, that good guy. You're not a good guy when you're being disingenuous. You're trying to ride with a flock who are scientifically.
I am just asking you a question, brother. Don't throw ad hominems. I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, so the question is, from 2010, from the 8 to 13 pairs of FTRs that was used, when they put it in there, that those populations that they match with the Great Lakes region and all that come up, absolutely. But it doesn't, and it does not.
So can I ask my question?
Go ahead, my brother.
So before the 2000,
I don't like the way you just bulldoze though, nigga. I'm saying we not bulldozing right now, yo. Seriously, yo, I appreciate you being over here, but you cannot bulldoze, yo. Now Gozy, yo, he get priority because I know how he moving, so he can pop back in. We got a little structure here, yo. I don't mind you getting it off, but come on, let this man finish saying what he's saying, yo. He the one got attacked, dude, for giving us proper information. He got attacked. People always attack shit they don't understand. Come on, dude. I remember arguing with this nigga over y'all about 10 years ago. I was like, yeah, yo, we primates, yo. He was like, yeah, okay, yeah, we primates. Yeah.
You wasn't buying that great ape shit.
He was like, no, we great apes. I was like, stop, yo, we primates. He said, brother, he did it just like this. He said, brother, a primate is a great ape. I said, I'm gonna call you back. And I was like, yo, you got me, nigga. You right. It was something that I didn't want to say it, but I got past it. And if my ass can get past it, yo, without cussing them out, everybody listening can get past it. Knock it off. So come on, that good guy. You definitely not the star of the show. Hey, so relax. You're gonna get your shot at it.
Hey, yo, before he go in, I won't back up and goes. I would say a good example of what Ngozi was talking about was what happened to Louis Henry Gates when he thought he was Nubian or Sudanian or something, and he redid his test at a more recent date when they had more samples and it came out, more accurate.
Facts. Go ahead and Ngozi.
No, I'm done. I was gonna let the good guy. I'm muting because I don't want to keep jumping off because I know it's hard to get back on. So I'm just gonna mute. But
didn't Juju have a source?
Yeah, she had a source.
Oh yeah, the call. Juju been putting in work. The Queen been doing that thing. But go ahead.
I was just say because
get that. And then it's
be babbling when we got a source teed up.
Yeah, we got that teed up. Then we're gonna let you jump in there, good guy. We got you, and I want to pick up the weight. What's up, Wavy? You all right? I can't hear you.
Mute. You on mute, Wavy. We can't hear you.
Go ahead. Your mic ain't working.
Yeah, your mic ain't working.
Your mic ain't working. I told you he wasn't super Wavy. See, I told you he wasn't super Wavy.
Don't do him like that. Don't do him like that.
Facts, nigga.
You need to come to the dark side. You're on the wrong side, Super Wavy, but
he gonna learn. He good, yo. He
all right,
open.
Cuz I ain't finna do
he
you
open.
like
that. He open, yo. That's one of the soldiers, though. He all right.
All
right, go ahead, Juju. Let's get this in. So it's the stop sign that everybody been arguing past for the last goddamn 3 years, yo. And this fresh opening part of the Black Egyptian shit is a violation. We played the video yesterday. The lady was like, that's not even a proper question to ask me in my study of the walls. It was crazy, but go ahead. Hilarious, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the relationship between DNA, genetics, and the concept of race in humans has been extensively studied and debated in the scientific community. Key findings from scholarly sources highlight the complexity and the predominantly socio-cultural nature of race, rather than it being a strictly biological or genetic distinction. Position 1, human genetic similarity. The Human Genome Project revealed that humans are approximately 99.9% identical at the DNA level. This finding undermines the notion of a genetic basis for race and shows that there is more genetic variation within so-called racial groups than between them. Number 2, race as a social construct. Research indicates that race is better understood as a social category, originally invented to justify systems such as slavery, rather than a biological one.
Hold on. You said what, yo? Number 2, you said what?
It's a social construct
It do what?
used
It's
to
what?
justify systems of slavery.
Hold on, better understood. Research indicates what?
Research indicates that race is better understood as a social category originally invented to justify systems such as slavery rather than a biological one.
Yeah, y'all.
Meaning it cannot be qualified scientifically.
Yeah, y'all putting people in slavery again, yo. But go ahead, yo. I just wanted to make that point. Y'all actually fostering the mindset and massaging the factors that put us in goddamn slavery rather than the biological conversation that we continually have. You just like the Hebrews to think we're not animals. We are animals.
Oh my goodness, that was.
We are. Go ahead, though, Juju. I just want to let everybody know where y'all at. Go ahead.
This understanding is reinforced by evolutionary biologists who note that socially constructed racial categories do not align with our biological understanding of genetic variation.
What's the name of the source?
Why black ain't gonna work, but whatever.
Work. But go ahead. What's the source? Can you say it? It say race and genetics versus race and genetic systems analysis. But go. All right, go ahead.
Where you want me to go with 3 or someplace else?
Go to 3. No, I just put the source up. That's all. I just showed people the source. I think
okay. Right, genetic ancestry testing and race. The role of genetic ancestry testing has been scrutinized, particularly in how it might reinforce the concept of race.
Freeze. Yeah, they over there fighting over that right now. Right now. They done told people who've been studying genetics for the last 10 years that I know now, they don't know what they're talking about. They fighting rabbit at the mouth. Based off, just go ahead.
So while such testing can provide information on a person's ancestry, it's important to distinguish this from the socio-political construct of race, which we repeat every damn day. But number 4, consensus in human genetics. The field of human genetics largely views race as a socio-political construct rather than a biological one. This perspective is significant given the increasing amount of data about genetic differences among individuals and groups and how these differences are interpreted and reported in research.
Recommendations on the use of reporting of race, ethnicity. Hold on, ethnicity and ancestry and genetic research experience from the NHLBI. All right, that's the source for that.
That's the source.
You just read.
Because this has sources, those little blue dots. Did they see the screen? Those little blue
they can see it.
Are the sources. Okay.
They can see it. So, but I think this part right here, you said it says this perspective is significant given the increasing amount of data about genetic differences amongst individuals and groups and how these differences are interpreted and reported in research. It's crazy, yo. So it's right here.
It's right here.
The field of human genetics largely views race as a social political construct rather than a biological one. And okay, so when we're talking about socially, then the only way you can talk about the Egyptians socially, it can't be from your perspective. Because they're the ones that set up the social society. And so if you're really going to understand them, you got to understand how their societies was constructed, not how your society was constructed through the lenses of racism, white supremacy, and slavery, y'all. That's the wildest thing ever. It's the expert yesterday said it was a what was it? A cross, what was it? Social cross germination of culture, something like something you should.
It's a cross-cultural violation. Cross-cultural violation.
Yeah, it's a cross-cultural violation. You in woo. You're in violation. They will lock you up for that. Let me stop. Y'all doing it. Y'all actually doing that. You're losing friends over a violation, a stop sign. You can't do it. It's a violation. You should never do it. And they arguing it to the top of their voice, and it's crazy to me. Go ahead, though.
It's a sort of biasness. Genetic variation and population differences. It is estimated that about 94% of human genetic variation is found within population.
It said what though? What you say though? With the
It is
comma right there. What is what?
right. It is estimated
Uh-huh.
that about 94% of human
Uh-huh.
genetic
Uh-huh.
variation is found within the population.
So we saying if we're gonna deal with the Egyptian population, right? You're gonna find genetic differences there. What the hell are
Right.
y'all talking? And Lord knows, do not be located in an area where 3 continents intersect. Damn, don't do that.
Correct.
That's a little more different. I'm gonna say this again for y'all knuckleheads, because now I realize y'all just knuckleheads.
Yeah. Wow.
If this statement just said it estimates that about 94% of human genetic variation is found within populations. And since we're talking about the biological population in the Nile Valley,
Correct.
right? You're going to already have differences to the tune of 94% approximate. Yeah. But go ahead and add the intersecting. It's called the area of confluence. Go ahead where 3 continents intersect and have at it, and then let James explain it to you.
They don't even know what that is. Area of confluence. Y'all need to Google that right now. They don't know what that is.
This been happening forever. They done found skulls, you know what I'm saying, half Neanderthal, half human hair, because it's the crossroads of intersecting populations forever. And then go ahead and let Neanderthal, James, and Reginald explain this shit and try to drive the car back to black, and y'all gonna be wild.
Yo, so Bobby.
Go ahead. Who's at that comma? Go ahead.
I am, but can I repeat something?
Yes, you can.
I gotta repeat it. I gotta repeat it, right? By the great Dr. PhD Shamarka Omar Yahya Kiata. He says, and I always repeat this because this gives a clear understanding, right? We always talk about Africa having the greatest genetic diversity within the continent. All this is reiterating what we've been talking about. You know, I might be the slow one, but I know what I'm talking about when I speak, right? He says that these populations, and particularly, you know, in the continent of Africa, like the populations, they can be described, but they cannot be defined. And this is why. So while they sitting here trying to define it the way they want to, you can't easily define it. 94% of human genetic variation found within the population. Like that's deep. That's peopling, you know. And
yeah, you gotta stop. Everybody gotta just stop, man. Let the experts handle the show. Seriously, yo, like this ain't even funny no more, yo. It's disheartening, yo. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Use at the comma.
With only about 6% between populations.
Come on, yo. So we over here fighting over 6% differences, yo.
Right.
About a population in the Levant and a population in the Nile Valley. 6%. And that ain't even fair to say that, because it's intersecting 4 continents at that. 3 continents at that point. Is that what we're gonna fight over, yo? Is that what we doing here? We doing the 6% thing? And then you're gonna hit me with, hey, yo, it's the brown paper bag test. Then you're gonna take me to the Annabella South.
Oh man.
And hit me with the brown paper bag American standards in 1950, 1800. Is that what we doing? And you don't think I'm gonna say you slap stupid? At what point do I just lose control and say y'all dumb? When? How long do we take that?
Yo,
we arguing over 6%. We doing what the white people did now? This what the white people did, dog. They did that. They enslaved 12 million Africans under this concept. They racialized us, yo. And we don't got the sophistication to recognize the difference between a population that was not infected by global Europeanisms and a population that lost everything, went through the strain of racism, and we them people. And you don't think our outlook is different from a population that never even met Europeans? Y'all gotta knock that off, man. Y'all scamming, yo. I just gotta say it, yo, they scamming. Yeah. They straight scamming. Yeah, y'all scamming. I gotta say it. Don't even talk to me no more. Y'all scamming. All y'all scamming. I gotta say it. You're scamming. Now I get it. You're absolutely scamming because I know the people that I consider my friends are sophisticated enough to know that there's a difference between the Nile Valley population intersecting 3 continents and some African Americans that call themselves black.
Right.
And they gotta be sophisticated enough to know that there's a quote unquote American standard that ain't got nothing to do with a population that was created 6,000 years, no, 8,000 years before America. Are we? No, y'all scamming, yo. Yeah, y'all can trick them. Y'all trick them. Don't trick me. Go ahead, though. We almost finished.
Bobby,
this is crazy.
Scamming and they stupid. They call us dumb all the time. So.
Yeah, you know what, yo? I only want to use them words, yo. But yo, at a certain point, yo, you trying to get me. You doing it in front of me. I don't know. Maybe you can get the YouTube population, but me? Come on, dog. I'm going to use every tool at my disposal to get you. And I'm going to watch you flim flam. I'm going to watch you squirm because I watched the pseudos do it for years. Go ahead, yo. You on 6 now.
We didn't finish. The statistic further challenges the idea of distinct biological races, as most genetic variations is shared commonly across all humans.
Race and biology, bioscience, Oxford academic.
Man, impact on health. While genetic ancestry can affect health, this impact is distinct from the socio-political defined concept of race, which is rooted in systematic social structures and histories. Understanding these distinctions is crucial in medical and genetic research. In summary, these scholarly sources emphasize that race, as commonly understood in socio-cultural terms, does not have a direct genetic or biological basis. Instead, race is more accurately seen as a social construct, with genetic studies revealing a high degree of shared DNA and genetic variation among all humans, regardless of racial categorization.
Yeah, all right. Man, I'm not all with these niggas. These niggas is scamming, yo. I ain't trying to hear that, yo. Now I'm mad, yo. Go ahead, Cyrus B. Set my false serious B. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to share.
Hey, UK. Hey, UK. Hey, yo, you dumb.
Robert Brown.
Yeah, you dumb. You dumb. I'm start calling y'all dumb.
Right.
I'm gonna be me. You dumb. Go ahead.
I want to know when can I ask that question?
No, you can't. No, you dumb too. I might damn near kick you off.
I'll be dumb like yo, dumb ass.
No, I'm going to be very brief in terms of this piece, because what I wanted to do is do a challenge to the community, you know, and present a new source, right? Let's
hey Reggie, let me put your thing up there, Reggie.
Let me see this.
Yeah, nigga, you say I'm out. You right. We ain't got to be friends. I gotta go to you ain't going to no damn conference, a damn pseudo conference, nigga. You a pseudo and you scamming. And I said it. Don't call my phone. I'm like that. Now, I'm done. I'm done with y'all, yo. I'm done.
You don't gotta say you out.
Done.
You don't gotta say you out, nigga. Just dip, nigga. Every time
you talking too much.
All right.
That part.
All right. So since we like, you know, we have an affinity for Oxford these days, right? I wanted to bring up this particular source from Oxford History, which is, of course, Oxford is one of my favorite publishers, and you know this, in terms of, you know, the subscriptions and what we share back and forth with some of this stuff. But this is a recent publication. When I say recent, this is 2020. This is the Oxford Ancient Near East, you know, the history of the ancient Near East from Oxford History, right? There's multiple volumes, right, when it talks about the history of the ancient Near East. And this particular one that I think is very interesting is chapter 2 of volume 1. And it goes into the prehistory of ancient Egypt, right? If anybody wants to get this, let me know. I can send this over to you. And it's particularly powerful, but because we always talk about, okay, well, the origins of the population, right? Where did the people come from, right? We always sort of, you know, go back to the very, very early points of this. And I think this work from Oxford that was published in 2020 sort of addresses that. Right. So in terms of what it talks about the archaeological record, right? And it goes back all the way to around 9,000 BCE up to around 3050, right? BCE. Right. So again, this is sort of that sweet spot where you like to have the conversation. We're talking about the Holocene, or the Holocene optimum, the wet period of that area, right? And how that actually contributed to the population and the movements around the Nile and the migrations. And one of the biggest pieces of it, when it talks about this, is the climate change piece, right? It was the arid, how it became arid at some point, right? The region was wet, right? It was green. We talk about the green Sahara, right? And when things began to dry up, right, it became sort of this pushing factor. Everybody, not only people, but animals and all these things had to move towards water sources, and it made sense to move towards the Nile, right? And when you look at it from a climate change perspective, it makes absolute sense, right? Everything around the Nile, right? Because nothing wanted to necessarily, people didn't coalesce around the Nile during the wet period because it was a wild ass river, right? You didn't want to necessarily, camp on the banks of the Nile, then it rains and then it floods out your entire camp. You didn't want to necessarily do that. So people stayed away from the Nile, right, during the wet phase. But when things began to dry up, people coalesced towards it. And it talks about, in this particular source, it talks about, right, the multi-regional aspects of the people that actually made up that population. You had people coming in from different areas. You had people coming in from the Red Sea region over from the east. You had people coming in from the Western Desert. You had people coming in from the south, right? We always talk about they came from the south. You had people coming in from the Levantine area. All these people sort of, and the animals sort of coalesced, and it was like this ecological zone, right, where they coalesced around the Nile, right? And the multi-regional piece is what I always like to say in terms of the origins of those people, because we always have that conversation. We say, well, they came from the south, right? The people came from the south. Well, not necessarily. Yes, some of the culture came from the south, absolutely. But in terms of the people, right, this was the result of multi-regional processes and climate change. And it talks about this right here when it says that the Egyptian civilization, right, was also not a result of a single dominant culture, race, or polity migrating from the east to the west or the south to the north that conquered or assimilated whatever cultures that may have been in their way. It says is basically what we know today. This is the process of state formation, right? It was a process that happened. Right. And it wasn't just one thing. It wasn't just one area. It wasn't just one set of people. Right. All of these people coalesced, right, in the very, very early times, right, to make what the early state, or you would say the early populations of Egypt in the pre-dynastic period and all this. But this particular chapter 2, right, this is the ancient prehistoric sort of description in terms of the region. And I think this is a really good source from Oxford that gives some clarity in terms of what was going on. And they don't necessarily talk about it from a genetics perspective. They talk about this from an archaeological record perspective. And they're very honest in terms of what's missing from the archaeological record, right? For instance, me and you, we talked about this. We always talk about this, Ankh, in terms of the gaps in the archaeological record from the very early times that are in the north, right? We talk about the Fayum, the Merendi, the Badarian cultures. It was like, okay, well, where are the bodies? Where are all these things? And it talks about the limitations in terms of the gaps of the archaeological record, right? Because we may not necessarily have the bodies, but we have stone tools. We don't have this, but we have that. We have some of the remnants of the early settlements, right? We don't necessarily know if they were sedentary. These may have been migratorial settlements, or regional, or like seasonal, right? People were on the move. So they're very honest in terms of what they see in the north. They're honest in terms of what they see in the middle Nile and in the south, right? And everything that they point to, they say, no, this is the result of multi-regional processes.
Off the chain. But
I'm gonna take this down.
Okay.
But why wouldn't it? But why wouldn't it be? You know what I mean?
Probably got a barrier. Probably got a barrier right there, a fence, and you can't walk.
Right.
Don't worry.
And they talk about, we talked about the stone tools earlier, right? And when they say that, when they say that, okay, well, you may see some stone tools that come in from the Levant, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the people from the Levant came in and colonized the areas of northern Egypt. Be careful, don't do that. So they are very nuanced in terms of what they're talking about with all of these things. Right.
Yeah, I got the encyclopedia of Egyptology, and it's 2020 as well, and they talk about how a lot of the stuff from the delta is coming more up to surface these days.
Say it again. Oh, he probably
a lot of the stuff from the delta is coming to surface nowadays.
Yeah, I'm quite sure. Yeah, they're actually digging into it, right? Because if you actually read this, they talk about in terms of some of this, the sedentary and the alluvian. They talk about the alluvian sedentary things have probably like hidden a lot of the archaeological record, right? So all that stuff has been, either washed away or it's buried under like layers of sediment in the delta. Right. So they're actively researching and trying to find more information to sort of fill in that gap from the archaeological record in the north. But in terms of what they do have, you say, okay, well, I have stone tools, just like Ankh just mentioned, right? I don't have a body, but I've got a human-made stone tool. So I know this tool didn't up and walk by itself, right? Even though I may not necessarily have a body associated with it. And these are the nuances that they talk about, right? So
like that Nubian complex, that you found in Arabia. So that means people from that, roughly from the Nubian area before Nubia, right? Things like 130,000 years.
Yeah, it's the Tyrian period.
Brought their tools, simple as that. That's what humans do. They walk and they use tools.
And the pottery from Nabta-Playa. We talk about the blacktop wares, right? That piece that you see from Nabta-Playa. Everybody, we this is something that you don't necessarily make any bones about, that influence.
Of course,
but there's multiple things that sort of go into the pot, so to speak. No pun intended, right? In terms of what made Egypt what it was. It wasn't just, okay, you're going to say, okay, well, it came from the south. No, it was a multi-regional sort of emergence. And that's what the experts say. You just read it. I don't think you have to do is read it.
So, this is what people do. They cherry pick, they play the game, right? Like UKA, he's so hard on trying to get somebody. So if I make a term that the Romans use the term barbarian to describe other people, this dude jumps in conversation. It was originated in Greece. I never said where the term was originated at. So I'm going to add to your conversation with elegance. The Romans and the Greeks used that term. And yes, it originated in Greece. What's your damn point? Well, what I was talking about, because I'm not going to allow you to tell me what I'm talking about, I was talking about the damn Roman Empire, which is clearly different from the Greek Empire. And they called people that didn't practice their culture or speak their language barbarians. Knock it off, man. This is what, and we do this in all conversations. You want to show us how smart you are. Well, I tell you what, since you fiddling do Encyclopedia Britannica, which I know you don't agree with. Go find the term racialized term. Go find that somewhere. Go read the article on ancient Egypt and see if they refer to him as being black, the racialized term. Since you all of a sudden in an Encyclopedia Britannica, my dude. Yeah, get out of here with that. Yeah, Reggie, I'm talking you keeping your damn horn too.
And Sunchild from the chat, he just made a comment. He says multi-regional or indigenous. Which is it?
What do you mean multi-regional?
Everybody that all those population groups, we talk about the multi-regional aspect of it, all those people were indigenous.
Right. What the hell is going on? Here you go. Look. Let the experts explain it.
Right.
Saying UKA say he was out. I'm trying to figure out how far is the mouse pointer from the X button. It's been a minute, bro. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Source up on I'm out, nigga.
Yeah. He say he source up on I'm out. That's funny as hell. Yeah, wound out. People cutting in, man. I definitely was gonna give that good guy a chance, but I can't let people derail the show. It's a certain amount of information we're trying to put out. What's wrong with y'all, man?
I've been telling you that nigga that.
Yeah, he ain't a good guy. Yeah, he's hard.
These niggas' names is like misnomers, bro. That's what he got.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, fighting over a stop sign is clearly set. Yo, stop using the racialized term. Experts come on and say it. It's not for y'all. Yes, we can. Is that Patar? Who's that?
That's Super Wavy.
Oh, you can talk now. What's going on?
Hey, peace to the panel, man. Peace, OG, Ankh, peace, Gulla, King Soda, Serious B.
I like that.
And peace to the panel. I just want to say,
man, you gotta speak to the sister, yo. You cannot do that. Gotta speak to the sister, yo.
No, I said Miss Juju.
He did.
All right, okay.
He said peace.
Sure. All right, appreciate that.
But I just want to say, man, I can't read the meta. It's Black Power over here. One thing I want to get understood is I don't think I'm not gonna say I don't think. My argument about the ancient Egyptians is I'm not gonna say science don't speak in absolutes. I'm gonna say some of them were what we consider black today. Not all of them. I'm not gonna say they all was jet black. I'm not gonna make no crazy argument like that so we could stop beating up the straw man. I'm gonna just say that they was some nappy head niggas. We say niggas over there in ancient Egypt. The ones we see now, I can't let them slide by African. I'm sorry.
Are you sure all of them were that? Are
black
you sure?
and nappy head. Black.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say all of them. I'm just gonna say
how many of them?
In and out there.
If not all, how many would you suggest were that?
Mr. Brendan, I don't want to put a. I don't want to get pseudo on here. I just want to say it was some nappy head. I just want to say it was some nappy head niggas.
So now we don't know. We don't know how many. So now we're just saying it.
So Super Wavy.
This is the problem I have. Is when you say things, how do you substantiate what you're saying? It's not enough to say it. And I'm not necessarily singling you out with this, right? It's not at all. I know what you're saying, in terms of where you're coming from, right? Of course, there probably was a percentage of people that had nappy hair, right? That's hair morphology. I don't necessarily argue hair and skin morphology, but in terms of what you're really saying, right? You have to be able to substantiate it at some point. Right. Tell me, where are you getting this from? We can't come to our own conclusions. We talk about using sources. It's not enough to bring up a source and just read from the source. You have to use the source to sort of substantiate your argument. Right? How are these sources? How is the genetics and all this stuff substantiating ultimately what you're saying? And I think that's where us on our side of this argument is where we're having a problem.
Peace and Black Power, family.
Peace.
How you doing, brother?
Brother Patar.
How you doing, brother?
I'm wonderful, man. How about yourself?
Hey, man, just I think I'm speaking Japanese or something. I don't know. You might. Yeah, I'm talking Japanese, yo. Before you jump in real quick, right? Super Wavy says, I'm Super Wavy. Listen. And I think you can understand what I'm about to say. The only Negroes that ever resided on planet Earth was the Negroes imagined in the mind of white people. And they told you how the Negroes looked. They made you in some type of cookie factory with the peppercorn hair and the big lips and the big nose. That don't exist. Yes, there are some people that look like that, but that's not the majority of African people. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. That's why they threw it out. That's all I'm saying. At what point do we stop being ridiculous and feeding into the stereotypes, yo? That's all I'm saying. Bro, I got a big lips and narrow lips. I mean, big nose and narrow lips. So then how I'm not even fitting in that equation. So now all Negroes got big lips, big nose, and about this big, and dark skin with peppercorn hair. That's what they said, yo. Nappy hair with that. Wow. Is that really what's going? Dude, I'm way too cool of a dude, yo, to continue to let slavery make love to my damn mind like that, yo. I ain't never been that type of dude, yo. Once I realize I'm getting scammed, yo, I can get out of that, yo. None of us on this panel even look like that. I just want to make that point, yo.
OG, I agree with you 100%. But we can't be running with these social constructs and the science and the racial background behind it. I agree with you saying 100%, but I think we having a different argument. I think the argument is if one of them walk right past us, will we say that they a nigga, or will we say that they black, or will we say that they mix, or will we say that they white? I'm saying that there was some niggas in and out of there. Now, when you start with the racial, and I hear what you're saying 1,000,000%. I agree with you. I hear what you're saying. I think the argument is already out to be trying to stop it that way. You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm just saying that this just wasn't it wasn't no niggas before white people said they was niggas. That's all. That's a true factual statement. It just wasn't none. Then they popped up out of nowhere based off of the misinformation. They wasn't going into Africa trying to figure out the variation. They were still stuck on the 26 races.
And you limited what it means to be African if you make it stringent to goddamn nappy headed niggas. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget the bone in those, like the niggas on the Bugs Bunny cartoon. You feel me? It means more to be African than just that limitations, bro. Like,
yeah, you know what I mean? We more love than that, yo. That's all. That's all I was saying. Go ahead, Patar.
Okay. Yeah, I see we playing the jumping game a little bit.
No.
But Matt, y'all have wore me out this past half hour and a half.
Is that Patar?
It's Patar. But check it out.
What's up, yo? How you doing, brother?
You good?
How your son doing? How your son doing, brother?
Still, you about to see him soon. Watch.
What are you doing?
That track. You about to see him D1.
Yeah. D1. Okay. All right. Okay.
He's gonna be a doctor. He's a junior now. But
congratulations, yo.
Yeah, appreciate that. I know your daughters are doing fine.
Ain't they?
Yeah. But first I gotta say, peace to Juju. That was some beautiful information you read. Very interesting and right on point. But I had a few questions I wanted to pose to the panel. So Ankh said, we pushing, or we are those who are saying, blacked out, or saying black, Egypt black. So Ankh said we are pushing white racism, white supremacy, or white supremacy. That's what he said. White supremacy. So back then, you said the paper brown bag.
Yeah.
I say the paper brown bag was on the walls of Kemet.
Okay.
And who was the supreme being in that area at that time?
Talking about Osiris?
No, I'm talking about those individuals that were at the peak of their
Minnesota
ruling things. those same people were doing the same thing. So we really are doing another cycle. We're recycling the same stuff.
Hold on. Say that again. Yeah,
Slow it
yeah.
down, bro. I got lost there. So run it back one more time.
So I say it again. He said, we're promoting white supremacy when we say the black, the Kemet mean black, right? So I'm proposing that, and he said also the paper brown bag test, right? In the South, when we talk about the sun zones, and I'm proposing that the same thing was going on back then, but it was just from a different perspective, or the A side. Those that were supreme, or the supremacy people, were of a different phonology, right? And they also had the paper brown. They left it on the wall for you.
Nah, that wasn't what
and,
that was.
Who were the supreme people?
At the time, for the last in the Nile Valley, for the last I say we know of from the dynasties, that was pretty much the greatest society that was going on at that time, until the Babylons caught up, the Assyrians, the Syrians, the Persians.
You still on the Diop? You still on the Diop?
But listen, if they banging on
Why is
everybody,
that? Explain yourself. Why is that the
but
Diop?
listen, if they're empire, right, and they
Diop
banging
Wait a
on
minute.
Nubians,
That's not that's the Diop. One at a time. Attack me one at a time.
Because Diop said them people been the same until the Syrians came in.
I didn't say that. But I'm not gonna say what was it my man was it Golden? No, not Golden. What's his name?
Gullah. Yep.
No, not Gullah.
Talking about me?
What Brandon said.
Or you talking about Brendan?
Yeah, I was just asking who are the people?
Eden. Let me ask you this question. They always say the Near East. Well, where is the East? Is the East the Nile Valley? That's everything is near that.
No, I think they sort of lump in some of the, I guess you would say, the studies. They sort of like Oriental studies or the ancient Near East studies. They lump in some of these categories. So they put in Egypt, they put in the Levant, they throw in they say the Mesopotamia. They'll throw in all this in the ancient Near East. Yep.
But at some point we need to pinpoint where the East is, right?
He's talking about Anatolia. The term Near East comes from a Greek reference to Anatolia because it's nearest east to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but if you go in, like, for instance,
well, I don't mean
I just want to give you an example.
Both of y'all on the same panel on the same side.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. But because when I say ancient Near East studies, I had the same question. Did you? And that's a legitimate question, I think. But because what I did, I said, okay, well, what the hell is ancient Near East studies? So I went to several universities and said, okay, well, what cultures are included in ancient Near East? Right. So if you go and take a look, it's very consistent in terms of the cultures that they study. Like if you go and get a bachelor's degree or a master's degree in ancient Near East studies, there's cultures like for instance, it could say it's Egypt, right? You'll get Greece, you'll get Rome, right? You'll get all of these. There's a collection that they put in that basket. Whether if that basket is something you agree upon, that's a different subject. That's a different question.
Hey, but bring it back to the brown paper bag thing, right? If we know that they banged on Nubians, they banged on the Amu, they banged on the Libyans, they had issues with these foreign rulers, Hyksos, Hykakasu or whatever. But so they was indiscriminatory in their banging. It was more about color. Not culture than it was color. So it had nothing to do with brown paper bag. It had everything to do with culture.
So I somewhat agree with that because you also got to take in a point that there were at certain time periods of Egypt, certain cultures ruled Egypt. So you can't just can't just say, well, they banged, because at some points in time, they were the bread basket. Nubia was the bread basket of Egypt.
Yeah, not taking that away. Yeah, not taking that away.
Right,
Yeah.
but I'm saying, and those archers were their
Hold on, Nubia was the breadbasket. So they got food from Nubia.
Ethiopia.
I just luxury goods. I'm gonna give him a pass on the
not
bread
necessarily. So
Come on, Serious B. Come on, Uncle Brandon.
I'm not gonna
let him go. Let him go, because we can get the
no, because I think a more accurate statement would be that ancient Egypt was the breadbasket of the ancient world.
No, it was a breadbasket of your Jewish culture.
Of the ancient world.
I don't know about the Jewish culture.
Of your Levant culture.
Because they also fed Rome. They also fed Greece.
Because they
why do you think Alexander was interested in Egypt? It wasn't because he was interested in pyramids and
they were
all this. No, because it was he could feed his army.
Resources.
He could feed his army.
Absolutely.
For military conquest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Check this out. How is the bread basket if bread is made out of wheat and barley?
When I say bread basket,
that's why I try to give him a pass to give him luxury goods. You know, he meant the luxury goods and stuff.
You did right, Gullah. But it wasn't. When I say bread basket, it doesn't necessarily mean bread. Although they did give them food. Right. Although they did give them wheat and they did give them feathers. They gave them animals. They gave them gold. They gave them a lot of things.
No, wheat didn't come from Nubia, yo. Sargon did, but not wheat.
Well, sorghum did. That's fine. I mean, I said wheat, but I knew it wasn't the wheat that we had. But they gave them agriculture. They gave them agriculture. They gave them livestock. They gave them gold. They gave them herbs. They gave them.
But you still kind of showed that it still was culture, though, not brown paper bag. It had nothing to do with brown paper bag.
Now you jumping. I went from that it was a bread basket, and y'all jumped on that. Now
because we was at brown paper bag. That's
when
what
I
was at. And
brown paper bag. I was saying, if you look on the wall, and I know some of you, Gull, I'm sure, understood. King Sosa probably understood what I was saying. Ankh knew what I was saying. I was saying that when you look on the wall and you see the Tamahu, you see, well, I'll say you see the Libyan, you see the Egyptian, you see the Nubian, and you see the foreigner, right? So right there is the descriptions. I'm not saying it's the same race construct that America or the European has created, but it still was a construct of that brown paper bag. That's all I was saying, is there's a similarity.
All right, but listen though.
The Nubian was a foreigner too, right?
I was saying, yeah, right, because with the Hyksos, right, that comes from the Hyksos, right? And they also refer to the Nubians as Hyksos as foreigners, right? Within the glyphs, right? They refer to the Nubians also as Hyksos. Right, so they consider them foreigners too. So I'm saying it still shows that it was about culture.
But you got to realize that when Nubians were in charge, they wouldn't have considered the Nubians as foreigners. When the Syrians,
you're talking about when they came and took, of course, because now they
were in charge. They wouldn't consider the Hyksos as foreigners. They would consider themselves as Egyptians.
Huh?
At the ruling times, whoever after the 8th dynasty, at the ruling time periods, then those people who either invaded or were able to usurp the power, whether it was by being a general in the army and maneuvering themselves, when they usurped the power, that Pharaoh or Nasut would not consider his people as foreigners. He would consider them as Egyptians.
Right, so we're still talking culture, right?
No,
we're saying so. You're saying that the dynamic was about the people, like the people came and rule. It could be different people who take in control.
It was
whether it be the military or not.
Series B was talking about it's many different peoples coming in and inhabiting that area.
Yeah, he's talking about.
But I was talking about that was a time period. That was that was prehistoric.
Prehistoric.
Right. We're talking about we're talking about 9,000 to around 3,000. So this is even before pre-dynastic.
But then I would take you further back to about 200,000 when
we don't want to go that far.
Yeah, we don't want
y'all never want to go that far.
Well, you
But
know,
y'all want to stay outside.
we can talk about it, but you know,
talk
at
about
this
the fact
point,
is already until we source up and we can overturn those facts.
We don't disagree with it.
We've had sources. I think there's no lack of sources. We've had sources on the screen all night. The only person that hasn't brought a source is you.
Oh, now I got to bring a source?
Yeah, absolutely. Now that you mentioned one, now that you mentioned it,
what source you want me to bring?
Something to substantiate your argument.
What argument? I brought questions. What argument?
You brought the brown paper bag theory.
Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about your brown paper bag.
You're the owner of the brown paper bag theory, bro.
I'm the owner of the brown paper bag. All I said was it was a similarity. And
hold on.
No. I don't have to.
You kiki and ha.
Hold on. Already told everybody know what the brown paper bag.
Hold on, Batal.
That's his theory.
You my man.
Now that
you my man, yo.
Hey, Batal, I wasn't gonna ask you for a source until you mentioned it.
Brown paper bag theory.
You mentioned source. Source came out your mouth, so I was like, nah, I got you.
I know you can handle yourself, so I ain't jumping in, yo, but they got you, yo. Where is the source of the brown paper bag and the one drop of blood?
I want to see it described just like that.
Yeah, we going back and forth. Hey,
Harvard School of Genetics. It's the brown paper bag. When you just stare at a person and put the paper bag beside them, that's the source.
Hey, now that you mentioned sources.
We're going back and forth, Batal, Brand, but it's a good conversation. Like, don't take it. You know,
hey, Batal, I'm gonna tell you when you first died.
Conversations being held.
Yeah, Batal, good man. Hey, Batal, you died when you start diving on that wall. Yo, the wall killed you when you played the wall game. That's when you actually died.
That's my attestation.
But I'm gonna show you right now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you what the experts got. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Somebody say attestation. That's a red flag. An attestation is a red flag.
And it says it in the metadata.
There you go. If you can read the metadata, that's a red flag.
Oh man. Definitely. And you ain't went to school learning either.
Why would you be able to read that?
Egyptology.
Why would you be able to read that? That's like for instance, if you got somebody, you always give street analogies, right? If you got somebody on your block that can read Latin, speak Russian, right? All that, it's like, why would you be able to do all of that?
Cut it out, don't do it. Don't do it.
Why would you be able to do all of that? That's a red flag to me.
But don't speak no other language
fluently. Hold on for a minute, Gala. Hold on. Let's tease this joke out a little bit. So you saying you're in the middle of Baltimore, Maryland, somewhere, arguing, man, shit, and then you start speaking with no means about you be like, what the fuck is going? What the hell is going on?
Why would you be able to do that? That's a red flag.
First of all, she was all day wrong.
Punjabi.
Yo, it's crazy, man. Let's play this source. Let me get you off the wall game. Let me let the experts talk about the wall game. The great Assault Tep brought Vanessa Davis. She was definitely exquisite. Here you go. The wall game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Here you go. Y'all got mute out. Mute. Everybody got mute. Y'all got mute. Come on. All right, here we go.
And temples and stealing is it's a very particular genre, and so it's communicating in a very specific way. And temples, men is red.
Would you basically? How would you articulate that conversation? How would you navigate that conversation?
That's a big question. Because my mind sort of goes in two different directions. Because I think of the ancient art, and then I think of contemporary realities. So let me try to answer both of the ways my mind is going. For the ancient art, a lot of people will point to that and say, oh, the ancient Egyptians didn't depict themselves with black skin. They depicted men as red and women as yellow and whatever. My answer to that goes back to my work in epigraphy, which is the wall decoration that you see in tombs and temples and stele is it's a very particular genre. And so it's communicating in a very specific way. And to make it easy for people to understand, I equate it to magazine advertisements. So you flip through magazines and you.
So basically, Patel, you using magazines.
This is why I hate analogies. Don't use analogies. Just tell us what it is.
Y'all can ride. Y'all can get on that. Right. Y'all can get on that. Y'all can get on that. Woo!
That's like she's making that. Hold on, she's making. Hold on. Watch how powerful the analogy is. Now watch this. Look, I'm tripping up.
For you, not for me.
It's got to be tough.
No, right. but Tal, watch this. Just listen, seriously. Just seriously, give it a shot. Yo, watch. It's serious.
Look only at ads for sports cars. You will see people who are very glamorous. And the question is, do all people who drive sports cars, are they ads? The answer is yes. People who drive sports cars are very glamorized. It's a very particular genre. And so it's communicating in a very specific way. And to make it easy for people to understand, I equate it to magazine advertisements. So you flip through magazines and you look only at ads for sports cars, you will see people who are very glamorous. And the question is, do all people who drive sports cars, are they all glamorous? Well, in the world of magazine ads, the answer is yes. In the world that we inhabit, the answer is, well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And that's Egyptian wall decoration. So when you think about, for instance, how men are depicted physically in Egyptian wall art, you have very broad shoulders, you have very narrow waists, they're very muscular. Did every Egyptian man look that way? In the reality of Egyptian wall art, yes. In the reality that people lived in ancient Egypt, maybe some of them did. Certainly not all of them. So to look at that wall art and the skin color in that wall art to find a contemporary lived reality is an error. On walls, yes, you will typically see men with red skin and women with yellow skin. That doesn't translate to a lived reality for those ancient people. So that's one half of my answer. The other half of my answer, which relates to our contemporary reality, is, and this I think is a stumbling block when Americans have this conversation with people who aren't American. Because in America, we have a specific understanding of what constitutes Black in terms of race, right? Because we grew up in this environment where we have this one drop rule, right? Where people in Egypt, for instance, many people in Egypt would say that their skin tone is not Black. But if you brought them to the American South in 1940, they would very much be Black. So there's kind of a cross-cultural misunderstanding of what we're talking about when we talk about Black. So my answer is they all were Black in an American sense, in the sense of the Jim Crow South.
Oh, I agree with that.
Black.
Okay, so how do we?
All right, there you go. Eloquent.
But what about the piece? But what about the pieces? What she talks about, this whole idea of it is misplaced.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree about that that piece?
Mm-hmm.
We need to break that down again. Let her say that again because
yeah,
her first part was
you didn't like the first part, but you like the
second
I
part.
don't
See?
like the first part because
of course you did.
First of all, she's not my teacher. At some point,
No, she is. No, come on.
At some point, when somebody's teaching African American studies or Black studies, we gotta look who's really teaching.
No, this lady's an expert,
She's
yo.
an Egyptologist. She ain't got nothing to do with Black studies. She's an Egyptologist.
No, she actually do the
Oh,
Black
she
studies.
she
You know
does
that?
do some Black studies too. Yeah, she does do some
Yeah,
Black
you
studies.
messing her up, yo.
But right now she's talking about Egypt, wall art in Egypt.
But I don't think you really get me. All right, so you know how we who are the teachers in the United States? Who are the main teachers in the school system?
White ladies.
Sure.
White
women.
White ladies.
See, now you're messing it up. So now you messing it up. Don't say that. Don't say that.
So if we brought Kiata saying the same thing, then
he was already there. You just ain't hear him.
Kiata said the same thing.
You done left the A side. I see you.
No, I didn't say anything. I said I'm the one
who said I was already there.
No, I'm saying you already knew where he was coming from. I'm just saying, yo, there's a better approach to actually understand the pot. And the way we learned it sure as hell wasn't. Trust me, yo. If it was, yo,
my bad.
I wouldn't be. I'm not. Come on, yo. I love that. I stay on the A side.
Okay. All right.
I do. Everybody else done dove off the A side and they went to pseudo land somewhere.
But yeah, she was. That was an interesting answer she gave. But I think there was some cognitive dissonance in
with her.
Yeah,
what?
in about the 60% of her first part of her answer, and then the 40% she kind of redeemed herself a little bit. You know, trying to say that.
How is it cognitive dissonance?
Well, cognitive dissonance is,
I know what it is.
You just gave a psychological diagnosis.
I sure did. I read her straight up and down.
Man,
I always say
explain to the audience how she's showing cognitive dissonance.
At what point did the dissonance start? The part that you did agree with, or the part that you didn't agree with? This is the part. This is the issue.
Go ahead, Siri.
Or are you showing bias, or is your bias showing?
Is my understanding and my opinion that I'm standing on, that square that I'm looking at over here.
She's showing cognitive.
He's stuck.
But here's what I'm saying. She's showing cognitive dissonance on the part that you did agree with, and then she's completely, psychologically fine with the part that you do agree with.
That wasn't even.
She was fine.
Go ahead.
She was attractive. She was fine. Is that what you said?
What?
No,
said,
what are you talking about?
You were fine with the part.
What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to hear the psychology of what you said.
But Ty, you need to know.
What are you talking about?
It's the name, yo. Sometimes your name can overshine you, yo. It can get you.
Don't even try it.
Oh my God.
It's Patal. Somewhere at a certain point, you got to be a Patal, yo. I get it, yo. I ain't tripping.
Don't start projecting. I'm gonna do a psychological evaluation.
Hey, Patal, let's analyze what the lady said, yo. Be real.
All right.
So
start it over again. Run it again.
I'm gonna run the second clip of it. Listen, we're gonna have.
Let's not run it again.
No,
we're in a loop. We're in a rabbit hole.
No, I'm gonna run the next.
Oh my God!
It was funny yesterday.
We understand what you said.
She said we can call him
play the second clip. I'm gonna play the second clip.
Play the clip.
Right. So I just want you to know the Egyptians didn't know nothing about America. Just for the record.
I never said that.
Okay, well, she said America is a wild place. They got the one drop rule in America where Barack Obama can actually have a European mother and a Kenyan father, right? And they call him a black African American.
They confused.
So
we know the truth.
So if America is confused, and why are we using America's ideals on race?
Wait a minute, hold up. That word was in the Meta Nature.
No, it wasn't, man.
Race?
Black's not in the Meta Nature.
race.
Yeah, we know that they use that the word black is in the meta. We know the word black.
That means absolutely
the last thing
nothing.
I'm
That
gonna
doesn't
drop. This last
substantiate
drop
your
before you
argument.
start. Before
You got I'm pulling the word black out of y'all cold dead
cut
hands.
it out.
It doesn't
Before you
substantiate your
start this
argument
clip,
at all.
are we not black no more? But
No, what you're saying,
I'm not
what you're saying that's
on
in
the
the meta netta
I don't mean
doesn't substantiate your argument. That's what I'm saying.
But on the walls of the meta-metric, they had pale paint. That's what the Libyans were painted with. If that was the case, they would have painted everybody. They would have painted themselves like that.
We're not saying that it didn't have different
So
skin
when she's talking about it's a magazine, when she's beating it up like it's a magazine,
no,
don't
she's
mean
not. No,
she's
she's
all the way
actually
wrong.
He didn't understand what she was saying. Actually, is what
Oh,
it is.
now
what about the yellow people?
No, hold on for a minute.
You didn't understand what she
Look,
was trying to
relax.
say.
Hey, hold on. Let me say this.
You on her side too. Woman to woman.
No, I think
we're in
it's
a rabbit
important.
hole right now.
No, we actually not, yo. No, I think we just we was listening. We never understood what did the deep study and have a career that's based off of studying the walls of a particular ancient civilization.
From whose perspective?
So no, hold on for a minute. She's an expert. Says an expert perspective on it, right? You've never heard. You heard Asar and me make all kind of fucking mistakes around that, yo. You never actually sat down and talked collectively to experts and seen what it was, right? And I'm trying to tell you, Batal, it'll just do you some justice, right? If you did that. At a certain point, you're gonna have to get out the crib. Listen, get out the crib, right? And just broaden your horizons and say, let me hear what she's saying. Right. And so you have mischaracterized the lady based off the color of skin because she actually fights for African American. Listen, I promise you, yo.
Go ahead.
Let me play this clip. She actually fights for African Americans. Yo, she fights for the Africanness of Egypt. She does. She's just simply saying.
She wrote a bunch of
a lot of them that fight.
No, I'm not. Listen, that's fine. I'm just saying, yo. For the first time in our lives, we finally heard the truth about what the hell the walls was, and it makes way more sense than all the shit we learned in the past about the walls.
You say so. You win.
I ain't trying to win. Let me play the clip.
You got that.
The clip. I'm not actually trying to win. I'm just trying to get clarity. So when I speak to my daughter that's going off to college, right? When I speak to my other daughter that routinely calls me, right, after corresponding with her professors, I want to make sure I'm on the level, yo. I don't want to bring in the $5 history hustle. Right. I just don't.
When I spoke to my professors, when I matriculated through my associates and bachelors and masters, you know, I do the same thing to my son. That's why he's going to be a doctor and he's going to be on point to be able to ask those same questions and be highly qualified.
Hey, brother Ankh.
I spoke to a lot of.
Play the clip, goes. You just play the clip, goes.
A lot of specialists.
All right, and what they say? They said the brown paper bag. Here you go.
No, most of mine was scientists.
But I will call out when I see people addressing that question in a way that I think is inappropriate. So, for instance, there was a special that was on the Sci-Fi Channel. Recently, the Lost Kingdom of the Black Pharaohs, and by Black Pharaohs, what they meant were Nubians, and so the entire program was contrasting Nubians and Egyptians on the basis of race, and that is something that I bring up when I give these talks around the country as something that it's simply reviving these antiquated arguments of the early 20th century, the arguments that Marcus Garvey and Du Bois were engaging with. And so I will call out those things when I see them, but I don't.
So there you go, yo. So people ain't doing nothing but revising an old antiquated argument, yo. It's just that clear and just that simple.
You know, she was talking about her own people, right?
No, she was talking about the argument. Listen, yes. So that's why I just say
he's making a political argument. I think he you know, and I don't want to, you know, misrepresent you, but I do think you're making more of a political thing. You're saying, you know, from a political perspective as opposed to a historical one, right? Am I wrong, Patah?
Actually, you're not totally wrong, but I'm speaking from all stances.
Brown paper
You just
bag.
say her people.
From a
You just
On a
say
brown
her
paper
people.
bag, one drop.
When,
Brown
when,
paper
when you
bag.
say her people, who are her
from a
people?
timeline.
Who are her people that she's representing?
Yeah, man. Come
Say
on,
what?
yo.
Who are her people that she's representing? Is she not representing in terms of, speaking in terms of her
Who do
academic?
you think she represents?
No, you
representing the
said it.
field
You
of-
said that.
No, I'm asking the question.
I asked you.
Are you asking me or are you answering
No,
for me?
because you said that
Are
she's
you asking me or
representing
are you
her
answering
people.
for me?
No, I'm asking you.
Go ahead, let him
Because you
respond.
made the
Let him
statement.
respond. Go ahead, respond then. What's your
What's the
response to
question?
that?
What's the question?
You said that she's representing her people when she
No, I
makes
did
this
not. See, you
statement.
misunderstand comprehensionism.
Oh my God.
Did you
What'd
hear
you
what
say?
she said? And I said, she was talking about her own people.
Because
Okay,
it was
who's
white
her
people
people?
that came up with the
Okay.
scientific
Her
criteria.
people. She's talking about her own
correcting the
people.
National Geographic when they found out that the London Museum was hiding those Nubian statuettes for all those years, and then finally they come out and post them on the National Geographic talking about the Black Kings, and she was like, "Hold up, now y'all." Well, but that's, to me, that's that argument of a
She said
person
it's wrong, yo. She
hold
said
on,
it's
let me
wrong.
finish. That's like that argument saying, "Well, I got black friends." To me, that, sometimes I jump out and I say some. It ain't always
It's over racializing.
I'm not racialized. I'm just speaking facts.
Patah. What she's saying in a way is this too. Like, if the Nubians, if you accept that the Nubians are the quote unquote black pharaohs, then that means that all the other ones weren't black.
Yeah,
and
man.
only in
Say that
black
one more
means
time.
Nubian.
Wait. Say that again. That sound
If you accept the idea that the Nubians are the quote unquote black pharaohs, then all the other ones were not black.
Or non-black.
And Nubian means black. And
I understand that.
So
You're
she's
exactly
saying,
right.
get away from that type of idea and that type of thinking.
Said it's wrong. Said it's wrong.
But I'm not saying that is wrong that they came out and said the black Nubians or the Nubians, meaning they're black, not brown black or light black. But now all of a sudden, this is the 25th dynasty is the only black pharaohs of Egypt, and it was short lived, and not much was done.
I still say it.
That's what Sosa said, right? Yeah.
They still say that though. It's a wild conversation, yo. Yeah, I'm saying it's wild. That's the point I'm trying to make, yo. You can't sit there. Even the Saw say the same damn thing. You can't argue that these people are black right here. Then who the hell's the other people?
Right.
Think about it.
It's like the clip you play with the African woman. If she has to make a distinction between her being black in Africa, then that means that she's a standout versus everybody that's there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't need to identify myself as black if I'm around everybody who is quote unquote black.
Even saying that, those people were culturally distinct, right? The Nubian dynasty was culturally distinct from the Egyptian.
Say it again.
The Nubian dynasty that came and introduced, that's why they call it an intermediate period. They are culturally distinct, right? You can tell the difference between that particular culture and the cultures that were there before them.
Right. Even though
because if you couldn't, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. Even though there was some overlap with it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
They were culturally distinct.
Even prior to the 25th dynasty, there was.
Right. They were culturally distinct.
They shared.
Hey, Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Brandon, can I ask you a question? The whole the panel of all you guys want to ask, but I want to ask Brendan.
Go ahead.
Brendan. So all of us on here is we are scientifically literate. So is there, to the topic of STRs or short tandem repeats, the 8 pairs out of 13 that was used, because that's what we're talking about. Do anybody get what Smash or anybody was doing? Do anybody agree with his motto of him trying to push it with a racist agenda to say that those people were one thing, particularly?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't agree.
I don't.
You know, I'm not gonna even get into that one because again, right, that's not my wheelhouse.
What was King Tut haplogroup and goes? What is it? K?
His MT DNA was K. His Y chromosome was R. It's
Yeah,
NTD
Yeah,
underscale Y chromosomes are.
and
it is
what's
fraternity.
crazy? I was just I had a conversation with an Egyptian earlier today. He had RV88. Most likely RV88. He probably got.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy though? Even Smash, you know, he's so pseudo. He believed that R1BVA8 is indigenous to the continent. But if you know anything about following the, you know, certain sex chromosomes or haplogroups, you know that R comes out of PM45. PM45 developed in Central Asia. So it's like they say stuff just to sound like they winning or intelligent. R is not from Africa. Not even R1BVA8. It just came in Africa much earlier because there
he
was
don't
back
know,
migrations.
Yeah,
So
he
I
just
mean,
don't know,
it's
bro.
really interesting, man. It's
Yeah, he
funny.
don't know, bro. He just don't know.
Nubians are not homogenous either.
They just don't know.
Nubians are not homogenous because you had different groups that the Mahas brought the Nilotic languages. You had pre-Bija groups. You had the Magi. You had different groups in Sudan. The oldest Nilotic or Nilo-Saharan skeleton was found 15,000 years ago in anthropology. It's called Wadi Hafla. Then you got another group from Wadi Hafla.
Yeah, they don't know, bro.
They don't. So North Sudan was never homogenous. You got different group populations living there. So when you talk about Egypt, you're talking about a very complex portion of Africa with humans going in and out. And it's been consistent with people going in and out for 23,000 years. Let's look at Nazlac skull, which goes back 33 to 35,000 years. Let's look at the Siberian culture, the flints that was used, the Halfling culture, and you can see the trail. Egypt starts, like Linda Petrie said, even the pre-dynastic phase, with the Nakada. And after the Nakada, you start to find a dynastic period.
But I don't.
So it's just very complex.
In the same way you said.
And I want those to go a little bit further because I wanted to ask.
You got the video playing.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You want to play it? You want to play it on? Oh, what are you trying to do?
Damn, y'all could hear that when I was on mute.
Oh, you wouldn't know.
We couldn't hit you, bro.
I hear the video. Yeah, I hear the
Maybe
video.
through the you know, the other thing.
Man,
what up, Chef?
I think it will play if you share your video with sound. Even though you're on mute, it will play it. Unless
God damn, and it probably was clear. Then I just learned something today.
yeah, unless you put the video on mute as well.
Chef, what up, bro? What up? What's up,
I see Chef join the panel.
I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm here.
Yeah, peace and God.
Peace, Kings.
So can I?
Oh yes. What's up, y'all? Man, listen. I need the pseudo killers to put that on defense up for Ngozi because they definitely tried it. It was a hit.
Yeah,
that dome. We got that dome over the brother.
It was a hit. You feel me? I'm glad y'all seen it. You know what I mean? And brought the forces in. He was trying to teach DNA, and they went in on him. You feel me? They went in on him. Yeah. They sniffed blood. They felt like they got him. You dig what I'm saying? And it's just because this community don't understand. And the bad thing about it is sometimes when you're arguing, you don't even know what you don't understand. You don't even know the mistakes you're making because you're approaching the information just to argue.
Combat.
Right. They never read this stuff before. They never probably even heard about it before. And the first time they ever engaged with the information, it was to argue. So they never sat down and tried to digest the information and understand what it was saying, right? They haven't defined terms yet, right? None of these things happened. And they already arguing, and it was a hit job. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm glad y'all, you know what I mean, got his back, you know what I mean, because they all came for him.
Oh, and Ngozi's gonna forever be a friend of mine. So I would say one thing though, not to hog the mic.
He went to that motherfucking hood, yo, without his banging by himself. Nigga, I kept telling him, keep going over there like that, man. He went over there to see a chick, yo, and went trying to creep in that motherfucker. Hey, we see them. Hold on, yo.
Don't go in that house. We watching in the bushes for you, Ngozi.
He was about to pop everybody over there too. They got him hot. He pulled that bird out. He's about to shoot all y'all niggas. Like,
yeah, yo, he went hard.
This bullshit.
Paru.
knew. I already know he was. When he hit that level right there, yo, he out there.
I'm finna stop playing with me, nigga.
That shit was funny.
Shit, nigga, oh God, stop playing with me, man.
But check this out though. One thing, when the argument or the attack or the assault, I'm gonna tell you what, it caused me to go and check the research and find out what or relearn what STR is.
Did they get it right?
Both sides had
really
did make a mistake. But both sides had arguments. But like you said,
tell it like it is. Stop.
When you in the battle, hold on. No, with the 8% and no, there was Ngozi knows. But
no, I'm asking you
when
what?
you in the heat of the battle,
we right here. We in the heat again.
When you in the heat of the battle, you can speak so fast. Sometimes you're trying to get a point across, and so you say something that didn't need to be said. But it made me go in there and research. Like, okay, 8, 13. The code is 13. But made me go deep into it and find out what, because they always talk about junk DNA. They used to talk about the 12. We get 23, 46. I had to go back in and look at that thing again. So I appreciate.
Let me do this for
the conversation.
Hey, but Patar, in the midst of this, we had a conversation just right on with this panel, bro. We disagree with each other, bro. Right. At no time was you a liar. At no time did you need to pull up.
Who did that?
No, I'm saying we talking like that. I'm saying like in these type of conversations, right? We disagree, me and you, Brendan. At no time did we have to pull up on each other.
No doubt.
You feel me? I ain't never talked about you being a real nigga. Like, we don't gotta go there, bro. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah,
me and Ngozi went there before.
But that's where the disrespect comes. That's where the disrespect come at.
I don't even remember
where I'm from, nigga, by street, by hood, by
you know what, God, I don't even remember, bro. That's how important this shit was. I mean, people just be
no, it wasn't. It never got real serious. But we still went there. But it always ironed out the same time that it went there.
Yes, sir.
We was laughing and clowning right afterwards.
Absolutely. Reggie just hit the button, y'all.
I wish he hit his head. I wish he hit his head.
What button he hit? Escape button? I don't know.
So right here, yo.
But I had a question for you.
Yeah, don't come on no slide. Oh, you on the show? Do I hit the button on the show? Yeah.
All right, here go the point. Yeah, he's trying to show off, yo. He's a pseudo, yo. He's definitely a pseudo.
Come to the battlefield.
Yeah, he ran over there.
We're engaged. Right, you engaged in psychological warfare, or you don't want to do direct combat. Come on,
man. Reggie has proven that he does not want to engage in an intellectual.
Nope. I don't.
He want to say what he say, and he don't want you to question what he said.
Right there.
I'm saying Reggie does not like to be challenged on what he's saying, bro.
Nope.
If he's the minute you do, he gonna talk about you ain't got no degree. He gonna talk about his resume. He gonna ask you, who are you to even question him, bro? Like
you
that's
gotta be able, because everybody learn. Nobody know everything.
Let me read this source real quick.
If you're the smartest person in that room, you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Read this source real quick. All right. Okay. Genetic and linguistic studies have demonstrated that the Nubian people in northern Sudan and southern Egypt are an admixture group that started off as a population closely related to the Nilotic people. This population later received significant gene flow from the Middle East and other East African populations. Nubians are considered to be descendants of the early inhabitants of the Nile Valley, who later formed the Kingdom of Kush, which includes Kerma, Monroe, and the medieval Christian kingdoms of Makuru, Nobantia, and Alundia. These studies suggest that the population closely related to the Nilotic people long inhabited the Nile Valley as far as southern Egypt and antiquity. Simple as that. So we got to just knock it off, man.
Yeah.
Right? And if you want to dive out there calling black people, that's you being insufficient in your vocabulary and sophistication of actually understand who these people are. Right? And so, man, ask them what their name was. They tell you who their name was. It's not incomprehensible. right? If you want to play the little racialized game and put them in your little fake categories where they just are pure in blood, which makes no sense, then there you have it. There's no such thing as a unmixed human being. Homo sapiens sapien is the great mix from other archaic humans.
Facts.
So you worrying about how much sunscreen a nigga got on him.
Right.
That's it. And it's yo, we actually arguing over sunscreen. Next time you're in the food market, go to the sunscreen department and say, you know what? I lost friends over sunscreen. Say it to your kids. They're gonna laugh. Really, y'all? Really? I dare you.
That's
go
real.
tell your kids what you arguing about. My kids was like, yo, you crazy. I'm like, you're right. I am. Let me stop it. Sunscreen, that's all skin color represents. And it don't represent no more than that. It just doesn't. Until
tell them about why the nappy hair is there, though, right?
Yeah, same reason to hold the sweat,
to collect sweat, to keep that big head of yours from overheating.
Bro, and
that big
it's
brain
like
of yours will overheat.
Well, I'm gonna live on the equator, and I think my melanin is gonna protect me and not have.
But listen, and they deal with the Egyptian culture and the royalty, and they look at the statues and don't address the fact that they don't even address the wigs and how long the wigs were in place and what was the role of the wigs. So when you're looking at a piece, you have to consider the fact, is that their hair or is it a hair piece?
They don't.
I'm saying, okay, now let's look at the mummy. Does the mummy hair match the piece? Do we see that? Like they're not even going that far with it. Like when we was arguing with old dude, old dude was like, he got locks. Remember,
he quit beating to submission. That was a good
he got out of that quick once we start, showing the whole things. Like, come on, bro. It's like you can't simplify it's not a simple conversation, bro. It's got a lot of layers.
Let's stay on that for a second, because I like how you ease the woman, the woman in there, because some men they want to, I want you to be natural. I want you to be this. Why you wearing a weave? Why you got this? Why you buying all this hair? Who hair is that? You got the horse.
Men and women will with
but
it.
they don't understand that the Nile Valley woman been wearing weave and extensions since the beginning.
Yeah, and you do know that's up under some of them weaves or wigs. They didn't have coarse hair. We gotta be real about that, bro. Exactly. Some of them didn't have coarse hair.
We gotta stop tripping on if they want to wear. Hey, let them wear it.
That does not define African. No, that's what we're trying to argue. That does not define.
It doesn't define.
Makes one.
I think we need to play that video back.
Try to put all
you. We need to play that lady again.
Trying to be European. You remember that?
No,
the lady serious.
We don't need to play that for the 5th time. Come on, come on. I'm really thinking comprehension. Come on.
Yeah, so I like when the conversation is had this way, man. We can get some clarity.
Is it playing it or
I enjoy a lot more conversation.
I just think people need to really. I want the audience to really look into PCAs and PCRs, what FBI use, and understand what short tandem repeats are, because we talk with the niggas that don't even know what a locus is. And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the people that's talking. They don't even know what sequence. When I heard what's the name say, and Goldie's talking about PCAs and he don't even know how the principal component analysis work. The variations of principal component analysis, the PCRs that's used by FBI. These people, they just talking.
Hey Goldie, do me a favor, yo. Let me grab your piece out my toolkit for you, yo. Let me help you like you help me. Look, next time you're in an environment like that, yo, and they don't know what the hell you're talking about, yo, hit them with, I see them teaching. You know what I'm saying? Because you teaching. When you talk about that, you say, I'm teaching. Go ahead and get them with the oral source like you always do. Right? You give sources, dog. Trust me. Also, see, they act like they ain't seen how John Henry Clark did. I copied my style from John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, when he said, go to the such and such book, yo, chapter such and such. That's an oral source. See, scholars are trusted to give good sources, because if you give the wrong source, then you're no longer trusted. And you hit them with that. You say, we got to study sunsets. Let's pull it up, show it. Wait a minute. See, I'm trusting that you can articulate the source right, Ngozi, right? I trust you. Read the whole thing. I know how I know. You text me sources. Gullah text you, so you it's so. How many years have you been doing that, dog?
We throw the
We
ball.
done
Yeah, we've been
shoulder
doing it.
source.
We've been doing this for years. I've been giving my brother
New
Chef
generation.
some stuff. Me and Chef, when Chef do his show, he gonna present what I gave him. But this is my thing, big brother. I just like to be identified as a brother. I'm not even a scholar, and I prefer I'm humble about that because at the end of the day, I enjoy learning. And if I knew everything, life wouldn't be worth living. Who wants to be around a know-it-all? So it's like I'm just a dude with sense that's scientifically literate, right? And I enjoy and I refuse to allow our community to keep promoting bogus information because our children are listening to this. I mean, we're becoming the laughing stock of the world, not us. I'm talking about when people talk about consciousness, they call it the wokeism era. And that's not funny because if you're truly aware, you're scientifically literate. You can't say that you are aware and you still talking about, spacecrafts and all this other stuff. That's not consciousness or to be aware to me. So I think that lane that's been created is dangerous, right? And I'm very like I would never bring my religion to a scientific conversation. Even if I do believe I can read, and I never read palms, you keep making that joke. But I still believe in my own way, and it could be looked at as pseudo. I read people energy, personality. That's fine. But I would never present that when it comes to talking about chemistry, biology, evolution. Certain things with people help understanding. The basic anatomy of the human being. Just studying evolution within itself. I would never bring that there. Everything has its place, and I don't talk about that publicly. So my whole thing is that when you start getting in that lane and making it like it's that's when it becomes dangerous. That's when it becomes dangerous.
And it goes. I remember, right?
You're a Sufi.
And it goes right. I remember. I remember, bro. I remember like about a year or two ago. We had a conversation. They was talking, and they brought up this study that's saying that the sub-Saharan African component come through slavery. Even back then, you had a problem with that. You were saying like, bro, I get what they're saying, but there's gonna be more to come with that. You know what I'm saying? You said that shit like a year or two ago. So the fact that they're finding it a little before, that's not shocking to you. You're just saying like how scientists do, bro. Listen, yeah, it says that. I'm not taking that away. We have to also we can't deny the limitations, bro. We gotta use it how it's supposed to be used, and nothing more, no less. But that's what we gotta use. That's all you were saying, bro.
That's it. And also with genetics, I don't like to play the black and white game because if you're looking into genetics to talk about the idea of black and white, that becomes a problem. That's a problem because but like when you look at when you just get into this just for it to say sub-Saharan African or Caucasus area, or you have to know what you're looking at because when it comes to the human genome. We understand the diversity at that 0.1%, and we understand the 500 billion and 500 million variants, which shows the variation in shifts, inclines, and demi level, which gives us the differences. But that's very small. When it comes to the overall human species, we're the same. There's no such thing as that. So what we're looking at is the variations that's distinct from one another, that populations accumulated based off the regions that they live in. It would make sense for a person from the Caucasus to have the Duffy gene like most populations in sub-Saharan Africa, or what they label or classify as tropical Africa or sub-Saharan Africa. Everybody had unique traits that distinct based off the regions and they accumulated and developed it based off the regions that they live in. You see what I'm saying? Now everybody mixed. Nobody's pure. Not even the darkest tropical West African. They have different phases that they went through. The only reason why they look a certain way because they mix with people that look similar to them. But that was distinction amongst black populations in so-called sub-Saharan Africa. You cannot say that a Dinka who lives in South Sudan because of his skin is the same thing as a dark-skinned Yoruba man who lives in Lagos. Even though we're the same as a species, and we're 99.9% the same, but there's still variation distinction between those groups that they develop in different regions. Skin should not be a banner to determine what's black and what's white. Because you got people in Papua New Guinea, you got people in the Andaman Islands who's darker than me. But genetically, when you look at them, they're shifted towards East Asian populations because they've been out of Africa for so long. But they retain the phenotype. They have the polymer where they was able to retain the tyrosine levels to maintain melanin at that level. They don't even know what drives melanin or what drives it chemically. We have to understand this stuff. So when we look at it in a racial line like they're trying to do, it becomes dangerous. We don't got the room and space to be doing that when it comes to science. That's why I love what y'all do. I love what Ankh do. I love what Chef do. I love what the community is doing because we're trying to promote, we're trying to promote some scholastic, real, definite information that's important, not this misinformation that's been destroying us. The only thing you get out of that is cults, child molesters, freaks, weirdos, creeps, hustlers, jivers. We're not living in a time where we have to be in a cult or a Nation of Islam or Moorish Science or a Nuwabian and none of that crap no more, because we've seen the direction that put us in. And I would want my children to get caught up in that. You know what I'm saying?
For sure, for sure.
Charlatans.
Stop running that good guy. You're running.
And we see what Smash doing. Smash creating a cult. Smash has a cult. All those brothers over there are Afro to Blackology.
Blackology.
Hey, bro, like, come on, like, and that's why, and that's why I don't rock with Reggie, bro. And that's why I don't rock with Reggie, because he over there and he got more sense than most niggas over there. Yeah, and he ain't making no corrections, bro. He letting the foolery play out. And acting like he don't hear the foolery, bro. That's why I don't respect him, bro. Feel me? Yeah. And then on that show I watched, like he was on that show the whole time, and goes when he was up there. Soon as you leave, he hop on.
Yeah.
You feel me? And went to you know what I mean? To make it tag.
There she go. There she is.
I don't respect.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring out the big gun on him.
I'm a skim number.
And Ankh. Right, I heard Reggie says yes. I've reached out to Chaplin. You know, are you not aware that we've also reached out to Jablonski? You know, in terms of is she not a professor at my alma mater? So we've also reached out to her for conversations as well. We're not just doing this. We're not just talking.
We don't talk about it.
Hey, I want to see Smash do that though. I want to see Smash start bringing the experts on the show, and kick the same and keep the same energy. Yeah.
Right. Assad calms all the way down.
Bring Soy Kiyata on there and kick that Black Egypt joint and see how that plays out.
But Smash music is bumping.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but the difference, I think what the difference is that we don't necessarily make some of our academic conversations privy to the public, and we're not going to do that. And we're not going to do that.
No, we're not going to do that because y'all don't know how to act. So let's listen to the experts and the expert guy say. Ray, play it with my mic muted. I'm gonna see if I can hear. Here go.
It's an excellent example of natural selection acting on the human body.
Y'all can hear, right?
Yeah, we hear.
Can you turn it up a little bit? I can turn my mic up, but if you can turn it up a little bit, that'd be cool. If not, I'll turn my speaker up.
No, it's way low.
And conspiring with culture during much of our evolution, our recent evolution, to come up with all of these wild and wacky compromises.
Hey, pause on.
All right.
So listen.
Can you get the go ahead.
What do you have that on? Look on your board. Is that your computer audio?
All right, let me see.
No, look on your board. On your board, right? Okay. If that's your computer audio, that video is playing through, you need to push that fader up.
How I know which one?
Not your mic audio. You got one with your mic audio. When you say something, you're gonna see that mic audio bouncing up and down.
Yeah, all right. I got on the first one. Okay. Now,
all right, now play the video and look and see what fader is bouncing up and down when you play that.
All right.
On the Earth's surface, skin color has tremendous numbers of implications.
There you go.
For our health and social well-being.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me get it.
See, this is what I'm good for.
I need my training class.
You probably helped him set it up.
Different tech support, right?
Nubia Muhammad, I need my training class.
I got you.
Was to live in the extremities of the environment on the Earth's surface. Skin color has tremendous numbers of implications. Tremendous for our health and social well-being. We
turn it up some more. You
turn it back down.
Color is important for us. We can't help but see color. That's one of the beauties of being an old higher primate, is that we have trichromatic color vision. But the fact that we see it doesn't mean that we judge it. The bald assessment of color is completely neutral and free of any judgment. We only affix a value to color through behavior, through acculturation, through exposure to people who have views about color.
Now hold on, yo. So eloquence, yo. You hear what this lady is saying?
She black, passing for white. No, I'm gonna stop. Go ahead.
Watch what she's saying now. She's talking about color, and you have your views on color based off of being around people who place value on it. Okay.
I like, and this is one of the illustrations from my kids' book, I like to talk about the conditions that existed for much of the time in ancient Egypt as people lived along the extent of the Nile from areas right on the Mediterranean here with moderate levels of UV to areas here in the tip of the Red Sea, close to the tip of the Red Sea in northern Sudan, with very, very high levels of ultraviolet radiation. So along the upper and the lower Nile, we see this tremendous gradient of UV radiation and this tremendous gradient of skin color among the various peoples and pharaohs of dynastic and pre-dynastic Egypt. People living along the Nile traded with one another regularly. They saw the difference in skin color. They depicted it in art along in sarcophaguses and in other murals along the Nile. But color did not distinguish one group from another in terms of anything but the bare color. There was no value associated with color. For us living in the United States right now, it's almost unfathomable to think that there was.
Could y'all hear that? Y'all couldn't hear that.
Human history.
It got low.
In fact, most of human history.
Super low, but love how she explained that though. That value.
I had to turn up even more. Once you fix it, I had to turn the speak up even more.
All right, hold on.
You come in, you don't got
that. All right, hold on. I'm gonna do it again.
To people who
All
have
right,
views
I'm gonna do it this
about
other way.
color. See it doesn't mean that we judge it. The bald assessment of color is completely neutral and free of any judgment. We only affix a value to color through behavior, through acculturation, through exposure to people who have views about color.
All right, so I got to stop it every couple, like a few seconds, or else they'll strike it. But you got to really feel what she's actually saying, and this is the conversation, that's actually being had. You know what I mean? At the proper understanding, like you got to understand that, and so we can safely look at history, and we can tell in the process of people attributing certain things to color. We cannot attribute that to the Egyptians. You can read the text, right? You can look at all that. You can look at the Greeks and the Romans, They didn't have that. You could be a Roman slave. Slavery wasn't forced on just people who were darker skinned, right? You was enslaved based off your nation. You wasn't enslaved based off the color of your skin. All right, now watch this. Watch how she get down now.
I like, and this is one of the illustrations from my kids' book. I like to talk about the conditions that.
I talk about them kid books, huh? Get a damn kid book, yo. Definitely help you understand this conversation. Don't laugh.
Existed for much of the time in ancient Egypt as people lived along the extent of the Nile from areas right on the Mediterranean here with moderate levels of UV to areas here in the tip of the Red Sea, close to the tip of the Red Sea in northern Sudan with very, very high levels of ultraviolet radiation. So along the upper upper and the lower Nile, we see this tremendous gradient of UV radiation and this tremendous gradient of skin color among the various peoples and pharaohs of dynastic and pre-dynastic Egypt. People living along the Nile traded with one another regularly. They saw the difference in skin color. They depicted it in art along in sarcophaguses and other murals along the Nile. But color did not distinguish one group from another in terms of anything but the bare color. There was no value associated with color.
I mean, that's a serious statement right there. There was no value associated with color. Yes, they seen color. Yeah, they could see you was brown, whatever the hell, but the value system wasn't in there. It was colonialism that brought the value system. And that value system was racialized, right? And it marginalized you because if you had dark skin, you were stupid. Point blank. That's the category they put you in. You were subhuman. That's the category you put it in. And you were readily available for slavery. And oh, by the way, you don't have intercontinental ships. And oh, by the way, you don't got a gun, so you must be stupid. Huh.
And I would probably flip that around and say they probably, just like the Native American looked at the pale skin, they looked at him as stupid. But both sides were looking at each other like we both stupid. And just like I would say the Egyptians or the Africans, when the lighter new people came, they had to study under them for 40 something. You know, they wouldn't give them no secrets because they looked at them as stupid.
So you see what you
No,
just
they
did,
intermarried
though.
with
That's
them.
not true. Hold on.
They
Yeah,
married him.
They also looked at him as God too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait. Hold
No,
on.
we
You gotta
the
hear what you just
Egyptians.
said.
No, the Egyptians had babies with them.
Yes, they did.
Hey, Batal, guess what you just said?
But I'm not gonna say all of them.
Guess what you just said?
Enough.
The lady just said
they put a value on it.
That there was no value placed to skin color until some people came in and placed value on it. You made the mistake in saying, yeah, and then the Egyptians or whoever, the Africans did the same thing. No, they didn't place value on they culture didn't change just because white people came in. They didn't do it.
I'm not saying that they placed the value on their skin color. I said when the lighter people came, they looked at them as being uneducated, not because of their skin color, because of the way they were acting.
Well, that's another conversation. Let's keep it going.
Living in the United States right now, it's almost unfathomable to think that there was a time in human history, and in fact, most of human history, when we affixed no value to skin color. There were no connotations of skin color. But in fact, that is the case. Humans are very, very good at discriminating according to language and dress and, perceived barbarity. But for most of human history, those boundaries were not drawn on the basis of skin color.
All right, there you go. There you have it. So why would I keep doing it? Why would I continue to put myself in a position where I'm arguing with a bunch of people that's actually making it up as they go? They all out of time periods. They don't understand colonialism. They fighting for black people that don't understand the people that put us in the plight. They talking black African power and don't understand it. They talking history and abuse us with their misinformation on purpose. They scamming. No way that lady can get up there and make her points like that, and that should be super clear, and then somebody would jump up and without any scientific back. And remember, she's the one that actually produced the theory, right? Why skin color is what it is, not Diop's. She the one. Before her work, her theory on that subject, it wasn't none, right? So think about what I'm saying. How could she put that together like that and it makes sense? And then how can you put that in a historical context? What's the historical context? We know about the Romans. We know about the Persians. we know about the Greeks, we know about the Nubians, we know about the Egyptians, the Libyans, and we understand their interplay, right? And we can safely say that they wasn't marginalizing you based off your skin color. How do we know? Well, they showed people in different skin colors. They didn't enslave Nubians because of their skin color. That ain't why they enslaved them. The Romans didn't enslave you because of your skin color. They had people in different ranges of skin color. From the Baltic, right? The Roman Empire, the Brits, the Franks, all of them could become slaves. It's considered barbarians. Yeah, they did. Yeah, absolutely. They marginalized you based off the fact you couldn't speak their language or didn't know the culture is how they did their thing. But that little element that she talked about, placing value on skin color to the point where you would think that a person was less of a man than a woman based off that, that's a new idea introduced to the ecology. And the new idea don't mean on Monday it wasn't there and damn Tuesday it popped up out of nowhere. That's not what I'm saying. Then I'm saying it gradually got to that point, and I'm saying that Europeans, right, the French, the British, right, the Americans, they did the damn thing. And they enslaved 12 million Africans based off of that. And it's 2024, and you're going to tell me you can't understand what that lady just said? People like Reggie, he's supposed to be comfortable in understanding that. Even if it go against his idea, what he think blackness is or what it's supposed to mean, yo, he got to stop. Reggie from the old school, and the old school would be quite satisfied, right, that the other side has safely said these are indigenous people ranged in skin color. Simple as that. They'd be like, bet. Indigenous Africans, they'd be like, bet. The intelligent people the intelligent elders would get off its subject and move forward in giving us some more education. But not this generation, not this lot. No, they can't understand what that lady just said. They think she lying. They pull up a scientific article and start talking about how it's a conspiracy and how they just we talking about the Journal of Science and the Journal of Nature. We talking about the lady to put the theory together, and y'all arguing over whether she cheating and are y'all serious?
Skin reflection, shit. Remember that?
We impugn. Yeah, we impugn the entire journal. We impugn the academic. All these things which you just can't do. You just can't stand on it and then say, okay, well, I'm being academically honest. You're gonna have to substantiate what you're saying if you're saying that these people are being dishonest. They're making these things up. You know, they're being racist. You're making a lot of claims. You know, and the only reason why you're really not being held accountable because nobody's taking you seriously in terms of what you're saying. If academia was taking you seriously in terms of some of the things that we are saying, right, we'd be pulled to the carpet right now.
And I mean to do this, and I agree 100% with what you said, Serious B. But I mean to do this. Is Frances Cress Welsing, is she still a valid?
No.
I would say absolutely not. She's based on she has race science that she can't substantiate.
Okay.
Right.
Melanin theory and shit. No,
right. Yeah. You can't. Absolutely not. And here's one of the biggest reasons why we're beating this drum is because once you open the door for race science on either side, if you say they're black, you're gonna open the back door. You're gonna get backdoored for the people that say they're white.
Uncle Brendan, didn't the white lady just say that they was black?
No, hold on. Right, because let's go back in terms of like ancient Nubia. I like to use the population of ancient Nubia because there's no ambiguity, you know, in terms of this, you know, our community in terms of what they may have looked like. Right, we always talk about, okay, well, the ancient Egyptians could have been light, they could have been dark. Let's even go back to the ancient Nubians. Back in the 1950s and in the 1940s, it actually goes back to the 1940s. They, you know, some people that were rooted in race science said the ancient Nubians were white or Caucasoid. Right? Wait, did you know that?
I never heard.
They even
Can you
said
say
that the
that? Can you
ancient,
say that one more time?
right, in the 1940s and the 50s, right, there are scientists, archaeologists that made the argument that the ancient Nubians were white, quote unquote, Caucasoid.
Yeah, I got you.
And just like
And they made that argument for particular phenotypical reasons and political reasons, right?
and like some of our earlier writers, bro, like, you know, they were just they were handicapped just based on the time they came up in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Piltdown Man, scientific racism. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to not be biased and have a anti-white racist mindset at that time that could lead you off into different arenas. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they came in at a serious handicap. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I understand that you know, Franz Kress was wrong. You know what I mean? And some of the stuff that they were doing, you can even argue that it wasn't even necessarily to be wrong. It was more of a psychological fight. You know what I'm saying? Black is powerful, black is beautiful, we are the strongest people. You know what I mean? Because there's so much psychological damage going on at that time, man. It's you know, so that's why we try to lead them where they are and just deal with the modern scholarship. We don't like to go back.
Hey, Brendan, what did you take from the last part that the lady said when she was with Asar in that video?
When you said that she was with Asar, what you mean?
Which part?
What did you take from the part when she said that basically we can call them black like African American?
Again, when people make those particular statements, I don't necessarily like when people do that, right? Because the reason why I don't like when those particular statements are made, because they are anachronistic, right? Because they didn't necessarily call themselves black. As
a race, Brendan, you gotta be clear. As a race, Brendan, you gotta be clear. Gotta go say, yeah, they did use black.
Right. And for the same reason what I just said, right, about some of the scientists from the 1950s and the 40s would call them white or quote unquote Caucasoid, right? They can make the same argument based on whatever arbitrary phenotypical description that you pull out your behind. Because let's be honest, race is an arbitrary phenotypical description that is not based in science.
Right. Let me ask the
question.
And
it can be whatever you want to make it.
Let me ask a question. Who was that? That was Super Wavy.
Mm-hmm.
Super Wavy.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. So
all right, listen. Is Drake black?
I would have to say Drake is mixed.
Okay, but you're not looking at the Egyptian. You're not basing their blackness on genetics, though, right? You're basing on look, right?
Yeah, we doing straight lookership. Like I don't need science. I feel like
so is Drake black?
I said Drake is mixed. I said add mixed.
Okay,
wait, it's people with two
is
black
Bar
parents
Marley
that look
black?
like Drake. It's
Bar
people
Marley
with two
black.
black parents that still look like Drake though.
Is Bar Marley black?
I know Bob Marley got a white parent, but I'm gonna say Bob Marley black.
You can't do that.
Bob Marley black,
bro. And you know what? And Wavy, you know what the insidious piece of it was, though. If you really look into it, they didn't even base it upon what a person looked like, right? But because again, right, this racial stuff is completely arbitrary. I can make it up. You know why they said that the Egyptians were white? Because the reason why they said it, because blacks, Negroes were not intelligent enough to build advanced civilization. It had nothing to do with what they looked like. It had nothing to do with any of these things. They made it up. And you know what? I think we can't do the same thing. We can't make it up.
Right, and we know that because they had black. If you look at the Hermetic hypothesis,
Right.
they had people with black skin. That didn't mean nothing.
Right.
It's a black white people.
No, they weren't Negroes.
Yeah, these are black
Because,
people.
you know, these are good, intelligent folks. Of course, they had nothing to do with you Negroes.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
So again, right? That's why, you know, that's why all, you know, we constantly say that if once you open the door for this racial things, they're black and they're white. No.
Hey, but my question is
you
this,
have to
though.
entertain the other side.
Hold on, Brendan. My question is this, though, for Super Wavy. Like, why isn't African enough? Because you African.
Yeah.
You're all African.
Yeah.
Why is that not enough? Is my question.
Yeah, that's what I need to know, yo.
Man, when I start seeing like the picture that Ankh posted on his Facebook, or when I see a Libyan like Gaddafi, the picture that Ankh posted that said that's the Egyptian that always been here.
Yeah, that was Chill. That was my man Chill picture. Yeah,
That's one of many types.
Yeah, one of a couple million, yo.
Types.
One of a couple million.
Check me out. So when I see somebody that look like that, or when I see like a Gaddafi type, you know what I'm saying, they're real light skin, man, that's mixed. I'm not calling that person black.
Yeah,
when we talk about Africa,
man, you just fell
off. Listen, then you have a problem with evolution, bro.
I'm not saying that person on that picture that Ankh posted, that's not an indigenous African. That's an admixed something.
Yeah, see, you have a problem with evolution, bro. That's your issue. That's the issue.
But Super Wavy got
evolution say something different.
Super Wavy got a point though, because
it got nonsense.
It was a time period where black, I'm gonna say word black, quote unquote, Americans. If you told us that you was African, they would tell you I ain't no African booty scratcher. I mean, it was like they didn't want to be African.
Yeah.
We're dealing with where we are right now. Let's not go back. I'm asking.
We right back at it again. Niggas don't want to be African. They want to be black.
24.
I think that's a part of our point. You're making our point.
We're making our point, bro.
As intelligent as we are right now, why is Africa not enough? As intelligent as we are right now in 2024, why is it not enough?
And then you can't say he ain't an indigenous African because
why they're not indigenous African? You're right.
The original Africans, the original African was a Berber tribe, Beni Afri.
Khoisan.
And you do realize that's what
I wouldn't just relegate it to that.
That's what it goes to be trying.
I wouldn't go that far.
Talk about the back migration, how these cultures been going back and forth to mix. That's what he's explaining in his rants, bro. That's what he's trying to explain.
Hey, Uncle Brendan. So you go to the barbershop, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if
I was raised up in the barbershop. How do you think I get interested in these particular conversations?
Okay, so I'm trying to see how we can go so left. If we in a barbershop and we having a lookership conversation that don't need to involve science, and they ask you were the ancient Egyptians black or white, you gonna go on a spiel or you gonna answer the question? You gonna say y'all having a crazy?
Yeah, but listen. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go on the schmill.
You wouldn't make that in the barbershop and then bring out goddamn STRs.
You wouldn't bring out an academic article to substantiate your argument in a barbershop. Right? You would give your opinion and you would leave it at that and leave the tip and compliment the barber.
Yep.
Right? That's all you do.
What would be your answer, Brendan?
Hey, Wavy too. You
come on, let him answer the question, Gullah.
If I'm in a barbershop and somebody asks, and somebody, hey, were the ancient Egyptians black or white? If somebody was to ask, what would be my answer? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Without using the science, we're using straight lookership.
I would say they're Egyptian. They're neither black nor white. They are Egyptian. They are something very unique. Right, there's something very unique, and the reason why I would say it, right, and the reason, and it's a very easy response, and say because everything that we're talking about, black and white, again, right, these are Western paradigms that those ancient people did not use, and I think it's unfair to judge them on those.
right, but
Yeah.
listen.
What would you call a Puerto Rican or a Cuban in a barbershop?
I'm gonna say that's a mixed person, Gullah. I'm not gonna say they black or white. I'm gonna say they mixed.
Hey, Super Wavy. If they would have asked me that question 5 years ago, I would have said, "Yeah, them niggas black."
It's mostly African. You got some that's mostly European. You got the in between. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when I was 25, I would have said, of course,
me 5 years
they're
ago,
black.
I'd have said, yeah, they black. But you know, man, once you get, you start learning, man, and you come, you know what I'm saying, and you pick up information, you got to change with it, bro. You feel me? You got to change.
Yeah, and then too, you definitely can't say Gaddafi ain't indigenous African because the original people that ever called African were actually Berbers, just like him, the Amazigh people, Bani Afri.
Because how long are they got to live there to be there? That people got to be there to be indigenous, bro.
I got a blackology issue, man. Y'all excuse me.
Hey, man, we all did that.
Who's that? Who said that?
Black all day.
Super Wavy.
Super Wavy, man. Black African power. Black African power.
Can
I got you.
Hey, Super Wavy. Can I? Hey, can I educate y'all a little bit since I actually came up with the phrase Black African power? What I meant, since I'm here to explain it to you, is that possible? So I never remotely thought that people on the continent of Africa was Black African power. Never thought about that. When I was thinking of it, right, I was saying I wanted to represent the power that the African had went through colonialism, Jim Crow, right? Great leaders being shot down just for fighting for the right. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, you know what I'm saying? Sharecropping, slavery, Annabella South, being bred, artificial selection. I was saying, if you can go through that and then stand at the highest court, you know what I'm saying, in the damn land and defeat the very thing that enslaved you, the embodiment of racism, white supremacy, man, that's some motherfucking Black African power, You see what I'm saying? I mean, a very element of changing and taking away our names. We don't even know our names. We don't know the clan or the tribe. They mix us all together, dog. And the fact that we came through the other side and your son, bro, you know what I'm saying, might end up in medical school. My daughter hopefully gonna end up in medical school, That's some motherfucking Black African power. That we took a negative and turned that shit into a motherfucking positive, nigga. I'm Black and I'm motherfucking proud. And don't none of y'all niggas forget that. How about that, my nigga? And I'm eloquent enough to understand that when I'm talking about an ancient population that didn't go through none of that, that never lost their culture, never lost their right to invent writing, didn't never lose their right to challenge themselves in science and do all types of shit, that they ain't know nothing about that wild ass shit that them racist white supremacists brought to them, They ain't know nothing about that. Self-defining people, dog. They never called themselves that because they was in an environment where everybody looked closely related to each other. They would never have to do that.
Facts.
Simple as that. And that's where I'm standing at. And I fight y'all till we don't talk ever again. Trust me with that, nigga. I'm that nigga. And shout out to the black barbershops. Shout out to the black barbershops. Because you know what? The black barbershops, those are the places for the open minds, the open information and the conversations as well. Right. And as well, they cut, some of the best. But also shout out to the Puerto Rican barbers. Right. You know what? When you're talking about calling each other ninjas, I had a Puerto Rican. I used to go to a Puerto Rican barber shop when I was up here in DC, and you would never know the difference in terms of the conversations and everything that went on. Right. Shout out to the Puerto Rican barbers as well.
Go ahead, Cuban.
Yeah. They got deep African roots.
Yeah.
Malik, sound off.
What's good? So I was minding my business.
This is my one Cuban friend right here. Only got one Cuban friend.
Only got one Cuban friend with the flag.
The magic word popped up.
What was the magic
word? It
word,
popped up. I was my channel just got blocked. It's done. My channel got taken down.
What happened?
That nigga don't pay no attention, bro. This nigga he's a YouTube psychopath.
Nobody said Cuban. We said Puerto Rican.
Right.
No.
No, I said Cuban. I said
Oh,
I
okay,
said
yeah, yeah.
Cuban too.
Now let's
I
say
said Cuban
Cuban.
too.
So now this
Yeah, you froze. Your
is
ancestors
minding my
froze you up.
business, man. And I'm not gonna mind my business no more because now the SHIT, I'm not gonna use profanity, has hit the fan. Now, I've been listening to these shows and I'm hearing these little things about half-breed, mix. Do I look like a cocker spaniel? I look like a cocker spaniel.
Bro, you mix, bro. Bro, you mix.
What?
Bro, you mix.
Hey, we not gonna.
You don't even know whose hair it is, bro.
Yeah. So
You can't go that wavy. It's Cubans that look like you, wavy, for real. Like my granddaddy Cuban. He looked like you.
Brother, they still mix. They still have African
You mix
and have Spain.
you just as mixed. You African American.
Let the brother have the floor.
Let him
Yo,
Let the brother have the floor. Y'all
Y'all
gotta
let
stop.
Cuban get it out, bro. Let Cuban get it out, bro. Then don't cut him.
Yeah, I mean, you gonna sit here and talk for me. I didn't get the memo. All right.
I thought you gotta send it over to our thing, yo.
Bring the mic up, Cuban. Bring your mic up.
Now, here's the thing. If you're gonna use this term mixed in the sense that people have different ethnicities, right? But the problem here is this term mixed. Okay, this is I'm Miss Tiffany, I'm not muddy in the water. I'm not muddy.
No, that's a late thing. She ain't talking about you. Stop. Get out the chat, yo.
All right.
Focus
So,
on what you're doing.
All right.
She's just saying be eloquent in your approach to say
all right.
that you're not a poodle or something. Would you call yourself a poodle?
No, I said,
You stay out of the chat too. Right. Everybody stay out of the chat.
I said, do I look like a cocker spaniel and a Rottweiler? That's a mix.
Wow.
All right.
Boy, he even turned like half breed. It was getting crazy.
Oh, half breed.
Crazy.
You know, these little terminology. This is what I find ironic. Is individuals who make these statements are the same individuals that talk about they're against white supremacy. However, they use Lacoste system terminologies by the colonizers that enslaved indigenous and African people in South Central America and the Caribbean. The same terminologies that the English colonizers used in this country towards so-called Native Americans and Africans in this country. But we use talking points. We use talking points to try to downplay and insult people, but we against the white man, but we quick to use the white man terminology to make our points, which is weak.
What's the terminology? Tell us the terminology.
The next thing is this.
Half-breed mixed race.
Is when, because that terminology, half-breed, this is what mulatto is. Mulatto is talking about someone who's like a horse or a donkey. They're a half-breed. That's what that comes from. Okay? When you talk about mestizo, indigenous with a European, it's a lower caste. It's a system to downplay somebody, to belittle them because of complexion and phenotype and ethnicity, because blanco, which white is what it means in Spanish, that term was created by the European. The people were not calling themselves white. They were not. They weren't saying black either, because that comes from negro. Negro and negro comes from that word. They weren't using that. The next thing I can't stand is when I hear people sit here and talk about, don't talk about that white lady that was with Asar. Oh, I can't take her information because she's white. If that's the case, then why do you have a Kemetic name and you are not Kemetic? And why do you talk about Kemet so much if your lineage does not derive from Kemet? Why do you talk about the Hebrews if you're not a Hebrew? Why do you talk about the Asian? Why do you talk about the Jew? Don't talk about nobody. Talk about your own ethnic group. Don't talk about nobody else. Let's not pick and choose. Let's not be biased, because the information is information. Information does not come with a tag on it that says you must fit this criteria to look like this. You must be a male. You must be a female. It's whack.
Amen, brother. Amen.
It's played out. This is not 1987 and 1992. That's done. And why? Because a lot of people back then didn't want to take that information. This information, when people say, oh, social construct, everybody's talking about social construct. No, my friend, I think you're late. I think
Get it out.
the time is 11:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're late. That's been talked about. You're late. It is a social construct because a social construct, yes, a social construct is like male, female. That's a social construct. But when you're making a social construct in the sense of ethnicity and creating this thing of race. A social construct to make someone superior, inferior, that is a negative social construct because race is fiction and racism is real. There's a difference.
Ooh.
There's a big difference.
Freeze. Run that back. Run that back, shorty. Run that back, shorty. Run that back. Run that back. I'm going to mute out. Run that back.
Race is fiction. Racism is real. There is a difference.
It's facts. It's facts. It's
Go
called
ahead, keep
Damn, you might have just
that's
shot
called
me.
that's called the
Who did he just shoot?
The next thing I want to know is
for your more educated folks.
I'm looking for a gunshot wound in my own chest.
Let me explain that too.
This is the thing that I want to understand.
Cuba, tell us what you're really mad about.
This is the thing I really want to understand. This is what kills me. If this going back and forth over what people called themselves in ancient Africa or whatever place, because first of all, these people didn't even have concept of a continent. Let's start there. Okay. So what does this do for you financially? What does this do for you health-wise? Does this pay the bills? Does this put lights on? Does this put food in the refrigerator? Does it solve the conditions of homelessness? Does it solve the conditions of police brutality? Does it solve the conditions of all the problems of politics? It doesn't. I don't understand. What is it doing? What is it doing?
Entertainment.
That's it. So if you're sitting here talking about all for my people, are you here to entertain? Or are you here to uplift the people? Because if I want entertainment, I watch UFC. I watch NBA. I watch my Steelers who just beat the Ravens. That's what I'll do.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. That's the Cuban. I like this Cuban right here. I like this Cuban right here.
I like this Cuban. I like this Cuban.
See, we bringing the best out of you, Cuban.
You almost had me, Cuban.
You almost had me, goddammit. You barely had me till you talked about the goddamn number one seed now. Division winners in the toughest division in NFL football, and you talking about them damn Steelers. Man, we ain't even play nobody, because y'all was acting crazy out there. We ain't want to get hurt up before the playoffs, so y'all can have that game.
He put the balloon.
Hey, all first verse. All first verse.
All first verse. It's all first verse.
Hey, Cuban is good. You know what, Cuban?
He's shooting ankles and everything.
You know what, Cuban?
Ankles and
I appreciate
baseball bats.
I appreciate that conversation. It kind of wakes everybody up that it's more than just African Americans in the world, right? Just touched by the damn conversation, yo. Just because of the color of your skin, all of a sudden you're a half breed. That ain't even how genetics work. I laugh when people say, black people is older than white people. That doesn't even make no sense. It don't, because we're all Homo sapiens sapien, and we collectively have an age of 350,000 years. Simple as that, approximate. So the variations that you see in your skin color, my skin color, DQ, Sirius B, King Sosa, Gideon Block, Super Wavy, Patalio, it's the variation. That's it. It's an allele. We arguing over 6%. Remember that? We arguing over variations in the genes, right? To protect us from the harmful UVA rays. We done broke up friendships. I ain't messing with Reggie no more. You stupid, you dumb, which he is, right? Or maybe he just don't understand the torture and pain we went through based off of that narrative. I rest my case.
I think an important part of what he said is that, are we talking about, we said it before, like you're using the same tools that the colonizer used on you. And now you have taken you have taken the crown.
You open up the
you're
back door
on other marginalized populations, bro. It's just crazy, bro.
You open up the back door. Yeah.
Because
it's the same argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're negroid, you got to debate me when I say they're Caucasoid. You have to, because you're using the same rationale. You have to.
Yeah,
you got to.
You open the back door.
It'd be uncivilized not to.
Yeah, you got to listen to me at this point.
And oh, by the way, if you can recognize that race is a social construct, you know what I'm saying? If you can recognize that, you all of a sudden forget your history and cow down. That's another point y'all trying to make. If you don't call people names, oh, like the white man's the devil, this person is that, then you forgotten your history. You forgot what you went through. That's absurd. We just don't want to further that process. It was so baffling and cunning, but that we're not willing, right, to push that narrative and still be black and proud and still come together when we feel like somebody looks like us, right? That may share values, that may share ethnicity, get shot down wrongfully. We still gonna go outside and march on that with the fists up. Still gonna do that. But it doesn't mean we can't understand the real conversations based around those things. That we know not to judge people based off the color of their skin, but the merits of their daggone character and the way they treat each other. We right here, we ain't going nowhere. Scientific literacy is here to stay for the black community. Now, in America. Anybody got a paper bag around here? I'm wondering.
Brown paper bag.
I got one. I got one. Let me give you this paper bag. I got a paper bag.
I'm gonna find me a damn paper bag to make sure I'm black, man. Hold on.
I got one. Let me give you this paper bag source, right? Is that right? Is that brown enough to you got a dark one and a light one?
Let's say.
You see this? I'm gonna read from the paper bag, the lighter one, right? and I always talk about Bruce Trigger. Bruce Trigger is one of my favorite Nubianologists, right? Because he's very early on, right? Because Bruce Trigger, they rely on a lot of his interpretation in terms of what's going on in Nubia, and he talks about the early concerns about race with the ancient Nubians, and I mentioned this earlier with Super Wavy, right? Because you can't necessarily get caught up into this racial particular thing, right? Because the early people that were studying this archaeological evidence, they said that these people don't look at the phenotypical pieces in terms of what it was. Let's look at it in terms of how intelligent they were. Let's look at the advancements, right? And let's put them on the hierarchy. Right, so they put the Nubians on the hierarchy closer to this. So when you take a look at this, it says the historical evidence indicates that for many centuries, the population of Nubia has intermarried. Right, and this is we talk about the intermarriage and the intermixing between the Nubian populations and the populations north of them up to in Egypt. Right, but this goes to the people that say that the ancient Nubians were sort of isolated, which were they weren't. Right, those populations weren't isolated. The Nubian populations absolutely intermarried and intermixed with the upper Egyptians. He says the resulting population is one that can only be described as Nubian, even with the admixture. Right, they're still Nubian. Right, and not as a mixture of any type with any other. It says such speculations in any case are little value for the study of cultural development in Lower Nubia. Right, it is very little, I guess you would say, value when you're talking about these whole ideas of racial constructs and all these things. You say race. Hold on. Oh, it says race, language, and culture cannot be assumed to have had congruent histories, and above all, the development of culture cannot be related to purely racial factors, right? And he was one of the very early on Nubianologists that talked about this whole idea that you have to get away from these racial constructs when we talk about these populations. And this is even way down in Nubia. He talked about this.
Wow.
He says, don't even talk about the Nubians in terms of racial constructs. He said, you got to get away from that.
Yeah, that's what I be telling them. I was like, there's different types of Nubians. Like, even when we say Nubian, it ain't really a true Nubian. It's like these different people. You know what I'm saying? Different people down there. You got Cushitic speakers. You got
Damn, what
Nilo Saharian
was that
speakers.
written, yo?
Right. This is back in the 1960s. This is one of the reasons why I like to go back. Sometimes I like to go back to the old sources because you know what? Some of those older sources
it still hold true.
Those are the people that those are the pioneers that say that no, we need to get away from some of the foolishness that they're talking about. He said that we need to get away from some of these conversations they're having in the 1940s and the 50s. You know what I'm saying? So he's in the 1960s pushing the information forward.
Yeah, they stoned him.
Because that all falls in line with your forward thinkers, your Frederick Douglass. You know what I mean? They were that all falls in line. They're like, yo, basically let's get away from this color lines, bro. Pick up your guns and fight. We Americans, bro. Get away from this goddamn color code.
A lot of them don't like this, but it be your Joseph Greenbergs. He pushed the envelope out of the racial shit. You know what I'm saying? But they'll call him a racist though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm black.
This guy right here.
He wanted to make
weird, this weirdo guy right here said that y'all need to knock it off.
But Tar, we trying to see. We don't use paper bags. We use the plastic bags. I want to make sure I'm black.
Right.
Let me see that screen. Hold on. How do
right?
Yeah. But listen, the brown paper bag test though is really the other way. It's biracial individuals saying if you're darker than that paper bag, then you have less privileges than those.
Damn, hold on. I got a Starbucks bag. Hold on.
You barely made it up.
You from North Baltimore?
Did I make it?
You from North Baltimore.
Hey,
you North
so
Baltimore.
There you go.
So that means in terms of hierarchy. Yeah, but that means in terms of hierarchy, you're above Smash.
Yeah, up is a
keep playing with me.
If you really want to do it,
playing with me.
Right. If you really want to deal with it,
you yellow, you mellow.
Be yellow, you mellow.
If you're black, you got to get to the back.
Black to the back.
Green is king.
I got something to say. Have y'all?
Green is king.
Did y'all hear about that Florida bus driver that was making white people go to the back of the bus?
Oh man!
He got fired. He got fired, bro. But he was making all the white people go to the back of the bus.
Trauma, yo.
He
shot out.
He was trolling. He was trolling.
That was Rosa Parks.
Yeah, he was trauma. He was straight
through a lot, bro.
Post that in the back chat.
Hey, go to the back. Did they go though? Did they go?
Post that in the back.
No, they went. They went to
Usually, when somebody in a position of authority tells you to do something, you're gonna do it, right? It's only afterwards. It's like, hey, what the hell?
I don't know what he got on him, bro. I'm just gonna respect this crazy niggas like get off this bus, bro.
Did we just go to the back of the bus? Why are we sitting in the back of the bus? Well, the bus driver said go to the back of the bus.
Yeah, I just went.
I didn't want to deal with that guy. Man, that's crazy. Wow.
Post that in the back chat, DQ.
I got you. That's Florida, the great state of Florida, boy.
That's funny there, yo.
It's hilarious.
Oh man, yo. So what are we supposed to do? The brain show or something?
It's this the war on science?
So you got the shirt from the
brown paper bag. The Nubians ain't gonna pass.
Oh, you got it with the book, yo. That's hard.
That shit hard.
Yeah, the Nubians ain't gonna pass the brown paper bag test, Patah.
Oh yeah, the Nubians be done.
They ain't gonna pass.
Nubia is the wrong terminology.
Nubian.
What they call? Nahisi. The Nahisi.
Nahisi, what is it? I forgot the other name.
Come up group, Magi's a group.
Hey, Patah, don't get me like that, bro. Come on, bro. Don't get me like that. You be now, you know what I'm saying? Now he done went metal on me with. Come on, I can't read the glyphs, man. I'm limited in my language capacity,
man. We at 11 o'clock. We at 11:30, man. Let me see.
We still rolling.
Up now.
Again, we got the Iron Dome over in Ngozi.
The Iron Dome.
Yeah, we got the Iron Dome defense system. No, you're not going to be able to penetrate that.
No,
you're going to have to deal with the pseudo killers, and it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Y'all tripping. Y'all went too far now. Y'all done took pseudo and got brave. You know what I'm saying? You know how you just sit back and let the natives act a little wild for a minute, yo.
Came across the border with that. No.
Come on, they came across the border.
You're not gonna be able to do that.
As long as y'all stay over there.
You provoke a response. You provoke a response that's it's not the same.
Sleeping giant. Don't wake up a sleeping giant, yo. Don't start talking about DNA and then a person that we know to be prolific in the subject matter. You know what I'm saying? You just thought Neanderthal James become the standard, yo. I can't take it. I'll bang on y'all for 10 years straight.
You mean the sub-Saharan ethnicity? It's the sub-Saharan ethnicity.
Yeah, right.
What the hell is that?
Let's write that down. We're gonna put a pin in that.
He was so confused when Chef was like,
ethnicity.
What he says, that's not that. He was so confused, like, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
You mean sub-Saharan isn't an ethnicity? Right?
He said, what did he say?
Hold on.
What did he say? What did he say?
Sub-Saharan is an ethnicity.
He said, it's an ethnicity.
Ethnic city.
Hold on. Somebody messing up. Hold on.
That's what he said.
Should we put a nail in it? Should we nail him to the cross?
Something like that.
Nail him to the cross.
I know he know better though. He would have messed up.
Let's hold on. You guys keep going.
All right. So
I do believe if
it was a good show. I like the way the show went though. It didn't get too wild. We got a lot. We got a lot of conversation and a lot of good points came out. I enjoy these shows way a lot more better than I do.
Oh yeah. You want to strike up the pseudo killer, Joe?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, I'm gonna do the Zoom, and we.
That's all good. I'm up. Frank.
We better to go over to the pseudo killer, Joe. Well, go. We want to go ahead and hit the Serious B. That's the funniest name right there, yo.
Let's go out. Hold on. Let's see here.
I'm gonna set up the name right now while we talking. That's funny, yo.
Let's see.
Hey, Patel, you was funny with the wishmacom, dude. That was a good one, yo. You came in with the brown paper bag, yo. That was a good one, yo. God damn. I say, damn. That's a good one. Where's the source for that?
See if I can present something. One last present.
Putting their skin next to papyri.
All right, I gotta go to the chat GPT. Boom! It says, is sub-Saharan Africa considered an ethnic group? Right? It says sub-Saharan African is not.
Oh, you just killed them.
Considered a single ethnic group. Rather, it is a geographical term that that refers to the area of the continent of Africa that lies south of the Sahara Desert. Says this region is incredibly diverse and is home to a vast number of ethnic groups, languages, cultures, and traditions. Each country and community within sub-Saharan Africa has its own distinct identity and cultural heritage. The term sub-Saharan African is primarily used in a geographical and sometimes socioeconomic context rather than a cultural or ethnic one. So no, this is not an ethnic group.
Coding AI to be a racist, right?
Cuban's still in here.
You want to
had that conversation?
Is AI is a reflection. of the collection of data that we have today. If you want to call AI racist, are you calling AI racist?
AI if he's racist. Ask him.
Is AI racist?
Ask ChatGPT, are you racist?
Man, ChatGPT gonna cuss you out, man. Don't do that.
You trying to get
I'm not doing. I'm not running off the rails.
ChatGPT.
I'm not running off the rails.
Yeah.
No, because that was I asked a very specific question.
They haven't found out that.
And now we want to ask a very arbitrary, wild question. No.
I ain't doing it.
That's like saying, ChatGPT, are you a liar? That's basically saying, ChatGPT, are you a liar?
You do know though, with the AI robots they're making, they're very opposed to racism.
Who's they? Who's they? Who's the they making?
The scientists, bro. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's called safety.
I mean, you know these tech giants. I don't know.
Yeah, it's what they're doing. They're incorporating safety in terms of some of the responses, right? They call it safety,
right?
Because there's certain things that you don't want to necessarily have an AI engine responding and saying to people who may be sensitive or whatever. It's like, hey, how do I create a pipe bomb that will kill 10 people in an apartment? Right? You might not necessarily want to provide that kind of response, right? This safety, right? And you may not necessarily want to, you want to be safe, in terms of a lot of these things. Right?
Elon Musk is trying to tell y'all.
You don't want that robot throwing out the R word. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah. You may not necessarily want that.
That's why that guy quit.
Who's that?
Crazy.
I can't think of the high tech dude that's like in charge of the board on the social, what do you call it? The ethnic? No, what do you call it when you're trying to balance the right and the good, the bad and the good? But anyway, the guy they put him up front. He was there for a minute, and then the people was like, "Hey, you need to try to get a control on this thing." They're trying to write policies and procedures on how this thing is done, and then he ended up quitting. And then they wanted him to come back, and it's a bunch of confusion with the AI and the chat with the chat.
Well, let's be honest. You can actually see the nuance between if you put a question in ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 3, if you put it in Bing, or if you put it in Google's artificial intelligence engine, you're going to see a level of differences in terms of what that response will look like. I don't necessarily like it to be ultra filtered, you know what I mean? But then again, I understand what they're doing, in terms of some of that.
AI is a danger to the community.
Well, it could be
to the global.
It can be. Yeah, if not controlled, and just like anything can be a danger.
Source cigarettes, alcohol,
right?
Fearful program,
sugar, salt.
Right. It's a reason why you can't buy cocaine on the regular market in a 7-Eleven.
That ain't the same.
It's a reason why you can't buy cocaine in a 7-Eleven. Right? It's harmful, so we don't want that running rampant.
Speaking of that, I got a funny story with that. Speaking about buying cocaine at a 7-Eleven, I had a Canadian. There was some Canadian tourists that came to the dispensary today, and they bought some stuff. But he straight up asked me that, because I guess in Canada you can buy small amounts of cocaine.
Wow.
Yeah. So he asked me, he was like, "Can you get cocaine?" I'm like, "Nah, that's illegal down here, Pam. You can find it, but yeah, it's definitely illegal." It was like, this Texas.
It's Texas, baby.
You trying to get you shut down. You trying to get you shut down. Shut them down.
No, but he was from Canada. He actually did not know. Like, he just, like, they're oblivious. Different regions, have different laws.
Different things.
Undercover.
Yeah. So, hey.
Mm-hmm. They be snowballing.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's safeties are good. Safeties are good, but too much safety isn't good, and not enough isn't good.
So yeah,
it's the balance. It's the balance. Absolutely.
Serious big question. So what does Serious B stand? The destroyer of worlds stand for. Because to me, when I think of Sirius B, I think of the Dogon. I think of the large sun that's, you know, so many times bigger than our sun that heats up our sun when they get close together, and then it spits out, our sun spits out these solar flares, and this doggone ice age is about to come, you know, on one of our generations again. But tell me what Sirius B and the
Sirius B doesn't, you know, that particular solar, I guess you would say that body doesn't do any of those things in terms, it doesn't radiate anything beyond, you know, just very vague thermal heat. I think
it radiate light.
Right. It doesn't even, it doesn't emit those types of things. One of the reasons why I put it in there, it's like a meme. It's like a joke. We had a big sort of kerfluffle or between us and another group when we were talking about how the Dogon could understand, or they saw the star Sirius B, right? So that's a part of it, right? So I call myself, but my name is Brendan, so I put in Sirius B, but you know, I didn't want to say serious, right? So I want to be serious. I'm Sirius B, right? But I put the destroyer, but the destroyer of worlds piece, the destroyer of worlds goes back to the intention of the pseudo killers, you know, in terms of what we do, right? I think our reach is vast in terms of what we do, right? There's
what's the next show?
In terms of I'm one of the guys that goes through and I'm one of the gatekeepers of the pseudo files. We have files on everybody, right? And we're watching, right? The tentacles spread out, right? And that's why I think that's why I took on the moniker, the destroyer of worlds, right? Because that's what we do, right? So
okay.
Serious bizzle.
It's and plus it's comical, right? It's comical.
I got like 4 different names. It's
comical.
Good. You still with one,
right? Yeah, whatever. I just make it. We make it up as we go along. It's like, right?
Unc spelled the new show King Salsa. Was he supposed to say King Sosa?
Yeah, we make it up as we go.
Serious business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I got dips and some.
Back in the hood, they used to call me. They used to call me Busy B. They used to call me Busy B because I'm always, you know, doing whatever I'm doing.
I'm always collecting nectar.
You know, exactly. I don't know, but you know, always, you know, I'm in the mix.
Already. We about to move on. Unc muted. I don't know if you know he muted. He probably on the phone.
You got to go live over on the. Where are we? Where are we at? We're on the pseudo killers.
No, we're on the community of skeptics. I think he's about to jump over to pseudo killers.
Oh, yeah, okay. Here I'm gonna put the thing in there. I'm dropping the link right here if y'all want to jump in here with a link.
Dude, we need to have a conversation about the pastor. What is his name? Geno Jennings.
Geno Jennings.
What he do? What he do?
The Philadelphia pastor Geno Jennings, that he has everybody in their panties on. So I don't know. We have to take a look at that.
I gotta look at it. Look, I put the link right here.
Might jump over there
in that private chat. Geno Jennings. I'm gonna take a look at him right there, man. And I'm a correct name. I got Sosa. It's supposed to be Sosa. My fault.
I told you put salsa.
Salsa, boy. It's Salsa King Salsa in the building.
King Salsa. I'm about to say we got somebody new from the community. That sounds like a new nigga from 125th. King Salsa.
King Salsa. All right, let me move this.
125th finest.
Go ahead, Sosa.
Yeah, can you please change the title of the show? Fix the title.
Really? So you jumped up bed that quick? We know to fix the title. I'm gonna do it.
I've been trying to tell y'all for like the last 10
I heard you. I'm trying to figure out how to navigate through the thing.
That's Miss Tiff.
She don't even.
Oh my god.
I won't have your back.
See?
One time for the one time.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Tip don't play, boy.
They don't play on that, boy. Man.
Need to play.
We're gonna fix it. We look crazy for 2 seconds. Shoot.
I call the district attorney Tip.
Oh man.
Okay, how do
She
you
gonna keep us in line. Well, she the district attorney, nigga.
You say she dead. Hey, this how we play that music. This how you play the music through the.
Bro, my headphones. I say I'm not listening.
You're not listening.
I'm not listening.
Oh man. Hey man, look man, appreciate everybody that came through. Yeah, upgrade your information, yo. We going over to the pseudo killers, yo. You know how we doing it around here, yo. We keeping everything live in the approach, yo. Real easy on it, yo. Y'all know what it is, yo. That's what we doing. Appreciate everybody. Chill, man. Appreciate you coming through. High level conversation, man. Street Sufi, yo. Y'all go ahead over there. Rob, Rich, sir, man. Everybody was in the building, man. Omar Reed, man. Gina A. Appreciate your commentary. Right? You know what it is, yo. Posterity's thought. What's up with you? Hey, man. The street, man, was in the building. Rabu Funk. I don't know what it is. Sonic. Everybody, yo. Appreciate everybody came through. Appreciate all the pseudo killers. Batar, old friend came through, man. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate everybody. And we leaving out with this man. Just, everybody just upgrade, yo. Especially if you want to have a conversation with me, man. All right, man. We out of here, man.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, man. I know you got a minute. You ain't got nothing else to be serious. You chilling.
I gotta go to work in the morning. I don't know what y'all
Can't lie, certain Geminis ain't for me, but it's on key, cause certain upgrades cost a fee. Yeah, so we can slide and glide. I know you want it. Known to provide the vibe, the moment. Hit the clubhouse, then clubhouse to the morning. Fall in love with the mind, the body is just a bonus. Careful with what I'm searching. Siri be taking notice. All the pictures I'm liking. Algorithm is golden, melanated.
Hey, look, man, it's your host, Bobby Banger, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, man. Hit that Cash App coming out the door, man. With that, man, we out.